What you're about to hear is day 4 of TUCON.
TUCON is the culmination of the distributed conference that we, Theory Underground, did across the United States and Europe between 2023 and June of this year, 2024.
Theory Underground is a lecture course, ongoing research seminar, and book publishing platform for workers with earbuds getting into theory. And I'll just go ahead and add here, theory is not only for leftists. In fact, there's a kind of theory that is specifically for thinking about how activism keeps failing and new things need to be tried because we need to understand the situation anew, which requires some nonpartisan, non-sectarian, and overall critical approach where you work across differences.
We are, quote, coming to a city near you because we refuse to remain in a parasocial relation that cannot meet with those kinds of friction that are inevitably brought about by leaving one's house and going to meet real people in the meat space.
Days 1 through 3 of TUCON were amazing. Day 4 was really good too, as you will soon see. But that morning was kind of crazy. And you want to talk about friction?
Yeah, the venue had a concert on the main stage the night before, so we had to tear down our whole setup and put it in another room. And after everything was set up, we discovered that the internet wasn't working, so we ended up moving back to the room just on a laptop.
Yeah, so we had to improvise. What occurred may have been better, though, anyway, than the original plan. I think it was. I think a lot of stuff was like that, where it's like, oh no, the plan's not going to work. And then what ended up happening was just like ideal, like storybook ideal.
Good.
Yeah, so I think you're going to really enjoy this one.
Yeah. The last thing we'll say before rolling day 4 is we know that there are a few of you who have been thinking about getting more involved with Theory Underground. Well, we just want to say that this is really just the ground floor stage, and we're about to see some serious growth and some serious improvements over the next 5 months. So stay tuned.
Yeah, there's no better time to be a part of the beta trialing phase for the new era. What does that entail? It means becoming a TU subscriber at Tier 2 or higher so that you can unlock a bunch of amazing past courses, huge discounts on upcoming courses, and monthly access to the research seminars led by yours truly, David McKerracher, as well as an ongoing research seminar by Mikey Downs. Michael is teaching deep dive courses next year, including a course on sublime objective ideology by Slavoj Žižek and intro to I almost said Nick Land. No, he'll probably do a sequel course to the intro to Nick Land. That's why I was slipping there. But no, he's going to actually teach the intro to Baudrillard course that everyone's been rooting for like 4 years at this point. So it's going to be a really big deal. But those deeper dives or short courses that he's teaching are something that you'll have huge discounts to access if you are a Tier 2 or higher subscriber at TU. Also, his monthly seminar, which may eventually go to more than once per month if we can pay him enough. You know, that's why we're trying to drive your subscriptions here. Is one of the best ways of getting a grip on the most important thinkers in French theory, psychoanalysis, and, well, really the fault line theory, the fault line of the theory scene, as we say, which is between the CCRU and the Ljubljana School. So yeah, that's just 2 seminars, mine and Mikey's, but we have a couple other seminars in the works. You want to know more about that? Well, you'd have to kind of be involved behind the scenes. So get involved today.
The link is, of course, in the description, and a new website is in the works and coming soon. So with that, you know what to do. Like, comment, subscribe, do the things for the algorithm, and let's roll day 4 of TUCON.
Tight, yeah!
Yeah, welcome everybody to day number 4 of TUCON 2024. Do it again. Yeah. Jeb Bush. Yeah. Yeah, so I guess I want to say a few things about how this has all gone. And the rest of the day, I kind of want to hear from you all. But we have 2 amazing keynotes today, Helen Rollins and Daniel Garner of OG Rose. And so those will begin and they'll be back to back here at the hour mark. So at 10 o'clock our time, 12 p.m. Eastern time, we'll kick into the Helen Rollins talk on surplus genius, which is something that she and Elfie have been on about, something we kept talking about with them when we were in London. And so it's dope. And it's important to think about because we're not doing anything so radical here. In fact, we are symptomatic. That's her point. Now, it's not the entirety of the point. She's not so reductive to say that we're not doing anything original. That's not the point. But if you don't keep in mind the fact that we are symptomatic of neoliberalization, of people who would have traditionally gone and become professors not seeing a future there and therefore doing what we are doing because too much genius is being produced. And of course, she's using that term like sort of loosely, right? She's not, because usually people use the term genius to talk about natural genius. She's just talking about intellect, surplus intellectuals being produced. And I'm really looking forward to that. I'm going to be able to take questions from you all if you have stuff that you want me to touch on in terms of general points of order. But the current schedule, the planner, says that we would have a special panel this morning, and then it also talked about like future special panels later, and it's all very vague and sort of like, ooh, what's that about? What is that? I don't even know. And that's kind of what I wanted to talk about this morning. And so, yeah, thank you for bearing with the pesky lemurs and the version of me that says, please get out of the room, because I just need to focus and it's a fucking rat's nest of wires and things going on in that room, and usually tech support people can focus on just that and not also do the event. And so that's how Nance and I were all of tour. And Anne, mostly, her job was just to kind of steer people away from us and make sure they weren't too offended. Everyone's a good sport. Everyone who comes around for this kind of stuff is a good sport. I wanted to talk about why. There are filters up, filtering out from participation certain kinds of people, okay? Not on the lines of sex or age or race or no, it's on the basis of tolerance, patience, flexibility. We and of course, being some kind of a cool nerd, right? Meaning like you have an intellect, but you're not satisfied with just cultivating it in isolation or within the pages of a journal, where if a plane went down with, it could actually kill all of the people who are in the journal, right? Because it's that small of a readership. That's a thing, in academia. We're not content with that, though. We've got friends, we've got family, and we see that none of this stuff in a few hundred years of theory has inarguably or indisputably helped, right? And so we're aware of this surplus intellectuals thing that we are a part of, that we're about to hear about from Helen. And we're not satisfied with bringing things back to the way they were, where we could be like professors of yesteryear. We're looking for some kind of a new thing. And what Pierre Bourdieu says is that new fields, or any field in a time of revolution, have many possible positions that can be taken up. Every field has positions that can be taken up, but very rigid institutions, ones that have been around for a long time. The positions within those institutions select for certain dispositions. Like there's only a couple of personality types who end up as cops. There's only a couple of personality types that end up as teachers. That's kind of what he's getting at. And of course we call that personality, but personality is kind of like how you finesse a habitus that is required to inhabit a position within a field. And the thing about a field is that it's a relational thing. It's in relation to other fields, and every position within that field is in relation to other positions. And why I brought this up is to say the underground theory scene is an emergent field. It has resonances, it has leftovers from academia. It also has influences from the attention economy and influencership and the podcastosphere. And these are all kind of assumptions that we operate with. The human animal is the animal that has an implicit, ready-to-hand, circumspective orientation to fields. And that's a big part of what being in the world is that you have a gut sense for the field and its possibilities, regardless of explicit theories or ideologies. A person who is able to be the mayor of a city or the principal of a school or the dean of a college or the chair of a department or the chief of a police team, they might not be a theorist at all. They might not have any concepts for what they are doing, not even the concept of a plan, which is the name of this talk that I'm giving. People are able to have nothing but the concept of a plan and still hold office because they have an implicit gut sense for the field they are in, right? And as I was saying, times of turmoil mean that the positions in the field are sort of potentially something that can be reconceived. The field itself can also be reconceived. Every field is based in a mode of production, and every mode of production has its relations of production. And all relations of production are oriented against, or only make sense in the foreground, against a background of a horizon of possibilities. And the horizon of possibilities, as surplus intellectuals being produced by this weird system today, is something that is shifting. It's on the move. And we're the ones who are thinking, what can we do here? What can we do with this? And so, of course, a lot of you have tried to do your own things. Some of you are actively doing your own things. Others are thinking about doing things later in terms of media projects. And like Matthew Stanley, are having anxieties about things like audience capture and parasociality and where would you get the money from and how could you have that money not steer the ship or pull your strings? We don't want the algorithms to pull our strings. We don't want the funders to pull our strings. We don't want the administration at a university to pull our strings. We don't want other people telling us when we can take sabbaticals. We don't want other people telling us what we have to teach or what we have to be interested in researching. We're looking for a kind of intellectual or academic freedom that's currently not on the horizon of possibilities for people who are looking at positions within the field of academia. And that's why Elton didn't decide, he was going for a philosophy professor gig, and then he decided, actually, no, I'll go find some other bullshit job so that it can fund me reliably, and then I'll do what I like with Dead Parrots Philosophical Society. And he's done that. You could say the same thing for Chris Catrone with Platypus Affiliated Society. Yes, he's reliant on the university system, but apparently he hasn't cared too much about the tenure track. He's been an adjunct, and his focus has been this massive network, this para-academic institution that he's built. LAC conference is the same. Wake Festival is the same, in the sense that these are people who are renegade PMCs. Philosophy Portal is the same. Renegade PMC, someone who is within saying, oh, I see, I'm supposed to serve some function, and it completely forecloses the horizon of possibilities and says that that bullshit I had to endure through elementary, high school, and college, which was, oh, focus on this, focus on this, focus on this. If you stop focusing on this, we will discipline you. We will ritually haze you. You'll be ranked and compared against your supposed peer groups if you don't play along. There's like this idea that at some point you would gain the freedom to be able to research what you want. And then when people realize, oh, I've played the game and here I am, and I'm not going to be able to do what I want. What is that? And so we go, no. And so what I'm talking about is how we filter out rigid personalities in the underground theory scene. Of course, a person can be pretty put together and punctual, right? Someone can be very orderly in their presentation, not just in their discourse, even their fashion, But this flexibility is a flexibility not so much at the level of personality as at the level of habitus. As I said, personality is just how we add our personal twist to the expression of the habitus that is necessary for occupying the position that we are holding in a field. And sometimes those positions are on the move. Sometimes those positions are something that people go, oh, wow, I really expected you to be like this, because people in that position are usually like this. But then again, people might not have a name for the position you're occupying, right? There's not a name for the position that I'm occupying right now. We can use metaphors, we can use analogies, but all of us are playing with new potentials, and that filters out people who are too rigid. And so I don't think Immanuel Kant would have stuck around for Theory Underground, because he liked to live his life like a clock, to the point where people were setting their watches to him walking by their house. That's the rumor, at least. It's a tall tale. I don't believe it, but it's probably, Königsberg, is that how you say it? It's from Russia now, I guess. It was Germany. I don't know. I don't understand geopolitical history, but it's weird.
I think they had a war.
Yeah, I think there was like a war. Kantstown lost, I guess. I don't know. I don't think he would have wanted to be considered part of the East. I just can't. I have a hard time imagining Kant being happy about that situation. But Kant was kind of just known for being very orderly, very punctual, very on top of it. This is a place for people more like with the disposition of a young Marx or Nietzsche. People who are obviously not going to be able to fit within the institutions that they were bred to inhabit. And so they take to the hills or posting up in some public library where they can just do their thing, And so, yeah, that's what we're doing. And so that's sort of like this sort of theoretical preamble to a couple of points about experimentation. What are we at for time?
1:48.
Okay, good. I've got 12 minutes basically. And do just like wave at me whenever Helen enters the room so I know. So basically, the idea of this talk. Oh yeah, all my notes are on that phone. I don't need them. It's fine. Fuck it. That actually is a nice segue into what I was going to talk about. The domestic abuse you've seen me suffer. You all see what she puts me through, right? No, I'm just kidding. No. So the plan at Theory Underground is always a plan B. As Tim Minchin says in his graduate address of 2008, or I don't know when it was, but you can look it up. It's a graduate address. He's a comedian from Australia with dreadlocks, and he says things like cunt, because you can if you're Australian, so that's okay. That's okay. Or maybe that's Jim Jeffries. Maybe I'm getting the two of them confused. I think Minchin is a little bit more progressive, so maybe he's actually code switching. But anyway, he's a comedian and a musician, and he's a very talented man. But in this graduate address, he says, never get so fixated on the goal in the distant future, so fixated on that goal that you miss the shiny thing out the corner of your eye.
I never really had one of these dreams, and so I advocate passionate dedication to the pursuit of short-term goals. Be micro-ambitious. Put your head down and work with pride on whatever is in front of you. You never know where you might end up. Just be aware the next worthy pursuit will probably appear in your periphery, which is why you should be careful of long-term dreams. If you focus too far in front of you, you won't see the shiny thing out the corner of your eye.
I relate to that because my personality and also the habitus that I have used to snake my way through fields without ever really inhabiting any position is such that I am able to be like, convenient advice for me. I'll put that one in my pocket and pull it out when I need it because it matches my disposition. And that's a disposition that drives some people crazy or gives them at least some kind of anxiety. And the people who it causes too much anxiety weed themselves out of the process, and what remains are like the easiest going, coolest motherfuckers in the world. So give it up to yourselves for being the ones who remain. Now, Anne is a person who sat in the front of class and got all A's and is very logistic brained, we call it. And that's going to save my life, right? It's actually something that is really, really good for me. And it means that like Anne will get confused about things, you know, and be like, wait, what? And that's good because it makes me go, oh shit, yeah, that doesn't make sense from the outside of my head. I have to think about that and actually explain it. And when we sat down to nail down the final plans for TUCON like a week ago, I was at my complete wit's end. And it's largely because people want to see a schedule, but I also don't want to give it to you because I like to have maximum flexibility and then work with what's there. And there's all kinds of things that arise that are useful. And so that's why we were like, let's get the breakout sessions out of the room as soon as possible. And then yesterday when I was feeling the vibe, I was like, let's cut this short and go to the park and people can get a nap if they need it. No one complained. So, you know, I'm assuming that's because people are appreciative. But also, you're also chill. Would you have? We would have probably been like, get out of here with you, go hang out with Don. The plan as plan B. It has to be balanced with a good enough plan A that people can still show up at a certain time and have a sense for what they are doing during that time. That working with other people forces something, forces some kind of structure that is definitely less anarchistic the older the demographic of participants becomes. And that's because older people are better. The only person who laughed was pretty young, I thought. Yeah. It's like wine. It's gotta, you know.
Turn to vinegar?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. That's the thing. How is it cultivated? How is that aging process cultivated? You can be old and have more or less the mentality of a 15-year-old, but now you've got the confidence of a 50-year-old and you got the entitlement of a boomer. Like, that's possible. That's possible. I don't know anybody like that, but it's possible. So, I guess I want to wrap this all up by saying not only thank you, everybody, for your flexibility, but also I hope that you've all felt now a little bit in your actual guts what the process is like. in my experience, meeting people IRL in real life means their online behavior usually makes more sense, right? Like you go, oh, like Evan, I get it now, right? Evan Wells from YouTube. I've got a face and a sort of disposition now, and it's a read on a person that you just can't get in a live chat, right? And so when he showed up and participated at our event last year in Portland, when we were doing something with Doug Lane, and he came to pizza with us afterwards, and we talked. It gave us a face for an anonymous avatar that had been active in the chats for a couple years there, right? And then he's been more and more involved. And then being here, I've got even a better sense for him. I still haven't even seen your talk yet. I've heard the short version because you gave it to us when we were eating pizza. And I'm looking forward to going deeper because it's something I've thought a lot about since that time. And then once I have gone over that with Nance and everyone else has had some time, we'll probably bring it back and have another follow-up on what we did on stage, right? And of course, that'll probably also be after November 15th when we've had a chance to actually look at people's pieces. And so this is the going from presentism and then now this, now this, now this, that is the message of the entertainment medium, to repetition. And asynchronous repetition is how you break from the fact that you're missing out on things, the FOMO, the missing out on things of synchronicity. You could have all been at Gregory Sadler's StoicCon right now. Oh, dang it, you missed it, right? There's a lot of things that happen in a year that you miss because there's a lot of asynchronous things happening, thank you. There's a lot of asynchronous things happening at any given time. And of course, the main thing that double books us on everything that we love is work. Yeah. Asynchronicity in a lot of cases means you're at work while things are happening at the same time. Sorry I couldn't make it to your wedding. Sorry I didn't go to the funeral. Sorry I didn't get to your birthday. Okay, these are all excuses. There's no excuses for any of these things. You have to fight your boss for freedom. That's just the facts. But my point is simply this. We're in a new field. There's emergent possibilities. The positions are up for redefinition or conceptualization. We're putting faces to names and getting a sense for people in the pit of our stomachs. And now you all have one for me and for this operation. And for why it's so disorderly is because we're still constantly changing our plans because every time I come out and say what it's going to be, I regret it like 2 days later because something better is coming about. And the people who've just been like, I'm down for the cause, and it's always better than it would have been, those are the people like Nance who've been here all along. So give it up for him. Be like Nance. Thanks, everybody. Be like Nance. Be like Nance. Be like Nance. Be like Nance. All right.
I know, right?
Try to get us.
All right. Oh, we've got Michelle in the chat. We got William in the chat. We got Lukas in the chat. We got lots of folks here. We're about to turn it over to Helen. Sorry, everybody, I didn't send an email. I can't just send an email to the whole list from my phone. It's actually very complicated. I would have had to manually add a comma after each email address. And I was in the middle of changing rooms. We didn't have time to set up before the event started because they didn't open it soon enough. And then when we did set up, we found out the internet wasn't working in that room. And so now we're here doing this off a laptop like a bunch of platypus people. But that joke was worth it. But mostly for Benjamin's reaction. So yeah, we're about to turn it over here to Helen. And then after Helen, we're gonna have Daniel. And then what's the plan? It's a decompress. It's a decompress through processing. We're gonna do that whole group processing thing that I hate when any organization leads with it. but it's great to kind of close out. And so what it's going to look like is we're going to have 2 rooms. One is on the record, the other's off the record. We're going to break into 2 groups in those 2 rooms, and there will be people in facilitation roles making sure everyone gets to say their piece. And then we'll divide those groups in halves, swap groups, and we'll kind of do that a couple times. And then John will be pulling people aside who are excited to say something nice about the conference for the documentary, and he'll be interviewing them in that other room. If you don't have nice things to say, you can still go in there and talk a bunch of shit. That'd be probably pretty funny for the documentary. You could even go in there and do theory fiction. You could go in there and just lie about how we took your liver or whatever. That's.
I was a TU meatbag.
I was a TU meatbag. I'm a sleeper cell for TU. Next time they say Zook Yulug, I'm supposed to kill the president. Yeah. All right.
You're not supposed to say that publicly, Dave.
Oh, womp, womp, womp. Mikey, everyone was talking about how they missed you so much, and it's true. I was like thinking about how it would have looked if you were there. And I was like, the funny thing about you is like, you're actually like, guys, Mikey's a big guy. I don't know if you could tell. And I don't mean fat. I'm sorry, Mikey. I mean, he's actually just this huge framed guy. Like he's kind of like Ian, you know? It's like actually Ian and Mikey could have picked us all up into one big bundle and then carried us down to the park, you know?
All right, I don't know where this is going.
Embodiment, people actually being in the room with each other. We miss you. And to that end, even if you're not.
I really wish I was there.
Yeah, man.
Really, I'm sitting here working on the land book, so you should be happy about that.
Nance yelled, "Stop adding to it," when the mic was muted, but.
No, the libidinal materialism thing has to be in it. So.
No, yeah, and the Timenergy shit. So okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, let's let Helen talk. We're bullshitting.
Yeah, no, I got to say 2 things. This is a natural segue. If you all want to get together with us again soon and before our next tour/conference in June of next year, we'll see you at LAC conference. Mikey will be there, as will be Helen. All right, and now I've just got a couple nice things to say about Helen before we turn it over. You're all familiar with her. You know a lot. She just published a new book. You need to get it. I need to get it. But it just came out, and it's very exciting. But what we're going to be hearing from her about today is this idea of surplus genius. I talked about it a little bit earlier with everybody. I think it's absolutely essential as a concept. I would say that being an intellectual without the concept of ressentiment is it's embarrassing, right? It's embarrassing. You actually need that concept to not embarrass yourself. And I would say that the idea of surplus genius is on that level. If you do not think about the structural conditions of which we are symptomatic, and you act like we're just doing something original because we're all just so smart, well then, maybe you need to hear this talk. So with that, please put your hands together to welcoming up Helen Rollins.
Hello, everybody. This is so fun. Hi, guys. I see Ben. Ben's coming to stay with us in London in like soon, like a month. How exciting. I've never actually met Ben in the flesh, despite doing like hundreds of podcasts over the years with you. So this also feels like the intro to the LAC podcast, maybe something you're going to do, like a bit of a sort of, I don't know, structureless rant. But anyway, yeah, I just have been thinking about this for a long time. Ben obviously articulates this sort of idea way better than me, but there is something that kind of, I feel, maybe doesn't get talked about enough when we talk about things like the PMC and we talk about our material conditions today. And maybe it doesn't get talked about enough because it's like really quite tragic, and potentially we all are part of it. You know, it's all us, and it can be a bit confronting and a bit upsetting, really, when we think about the material conditions of the millennials and the younger folk who are promised so much, and the mechanism both of this promise and of the digging of our own graves, and also of our enjoyment and something productive, was education, potentially. So whilst people like Catherine Liu have talked really eloquently and continue to do so about the PMC and the problems with the PMC, one of the other sides of it is, you know, the mass lumpenized people as part of the PMC. And I think maybe all of us, in a way, even the people who actually successfully garner a job within the PMC have been affected by this. And I think this is maybe a way of framing it in a way that's kind of, I don't know if like kind's the right word, because I don't even know what that means, but it's interesting to think about these things on a material level. And also really to sort of think about how much we really have been fucked by capital in such a short period of time, like how quickly things have fallen apart, and how much, despite everything, despite being good Marxists, despite thinking about things in material ways, we can be caught up in the very thing that impoverishes us. So, you know, just generally in terms of how education is worked, like we all kind of know this, you know, capitalism is in a state currently. You look at any graph, the global rate of profit is basically zero. We have been in sort of like a constant bailout since 2008. And in fact, 2008 was just a moment, you know, it's neither necessarily a cause nor an effect, but a moment and a cause and an effect in this sort of slow decline potentially of the way in which we organize our economy. Because of the global rate of profit, I mean, again, all of these are causative reasons and also effects, so they're all sort of intertwined. But one factor that we're seeing is a massive amount of capital mobility, and it's really difficult for states to be in the ascendancy relative to corporations when they cannot enforce tax on wealth and tax corporations. One of the results and causes of the decline is the way in which that there has been very little reinvestment in jobs. So we were all encouraged to go to university. I don't know what the statistics are in America, but you know, for Tony Blair, it was over 50%. So this was the new Labour government in the late 90s. There was a northern education minister called John Prescott, and his mantra was education, 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 you know, which sounds great. What a nice thing. You know, we're going to be educated. Fantastic. And many of us are, which potentially, you know, is a source of something productive out of all of this. But educated for what? What was there going to be for us? You know, how in terms of both the education being a way in which we can prevent people from joining the workforce for a bunch of years, 4 years for some people, 10 years for other people doing PhDs. And I'm something that is really confronting. I'm not in academia, but my husband is. But the reserve army of academics, this is a huge, huge tragedy and fundamentally unethical. So, you know, we're out of the workforce for these years, and not only are we not earning, we're also paying. You know, this is a huge amount of debt and indentured status that we're put in for the promise of exception. So the economy hasn't changed other than this band-aid of everybody going to university. There is a lack of reinvestment in roles. There is a lack of taxation from wealth and international corporate profits. Governments, therefore, have no money to invest in creating roles for people. At the same time, states are in the descendancy relative to these corporations. More money, and we're seeing this with the Labour government today in terms of how they have done a massive sort of austerity cope, blaming it on the Tories, but executing exactly the same policies, and then have slightly sort of changed their policies in the last bunch of weeks and are taxing workers and small business owners even more in various different ways because they can't tax the wealth of international finance and of wealthy international people. Corporations, the rate of profit is basically zero. And in this sort of bailout economy, instead of confronting really how bad the situation is and redressing it and rethinking it, we are using workers' taxpayer money to constantly slow bail out these corporations. An example of this is in the film industry that I work in. Most of my friends in Los Angeles aren't working because in Europe, most especially the British government and especially Northern Ireland, they have used government money to build studios and facilities and to basically pay corporations to come here. So they're not taxed. They're given facilities for free. They are paid workers' money to create in the short term a few jobs. But of course, this is totally unsustainable. So this is the kind of the atmosphere we're in. And there's no jobs for people. Tech utopianism, as we've seen, many times with Uber and all this kind of stuff, we've gone from phoning up for a taxi to using our phone for a taxi. This is not some miracle thing. Obviously, tech renders jobs obsolete, and it's many of the jobs that people have been training for at university, like coding, etc., that are rendered obsolete by things like AI. So there's all these different factors which have meant that we are not confronting the status of the global economy, and there are no roles for people. At the same time, there has been this promise that, we just get educated and there will be a role. And the amount of, Freddie de Boer's obviously written about this in really eloquent ways in terms of the weaponization of youth and the marketization of the education system to increase an extractable value from the populace by studying, by competition. A very basic example of this is the NCAA, where, students who have the prize of having their education paid for free increase the value of, for ESPN and all these people that broadcast the NCAA. And this is, essentially unpaid for, except for they get to go for free to college. But the standard of everybody's standards raised. So all these corporations can extract the value from us. We're also educated, the values there in the population. But what has happened is we have kind of been focusing in kind of a moralistic way on the way in which the PMC, maybe are bad people and are moralistic, and we shouldn't act in this, this horrible way of cancelling each other. And, the values of the PMC are very religious, neo-religious, How about all of that is a symptom of the fact that we have so many people who have invested so much in the market at a time that the market has failed us massively. And there are so few roles for people. I mean, it is absolutely not a surprise that cancel culture took a hold on, and cancel culture can be read in so many different ways, just in the brute kind of horrible way that it has made people afraid to speak out and to do politics. And I'll come on to the real political effects of all of this, which is really tragic, I think. But also in terms of one of the ways, I think, in which a lot of people rationalize the fact that they've invested in this promise of exception. I think about the film industry myself, we were all brought up by our boomer parents for whom the economy had grown and grown and grown. The latest commodity wasn't the big house they couldn't afford, but it was to have children who were successful. And of course, you could become a filmmaker and be the next Scorsese. But if a million people think they're going to be the next Scorsese, there's going to be 999,000 broken hearts, And, where does all that energy go? Where does that value that these people have put into the economy go? It's appropriated by those who are also not being taxed. It's absolutely, and we have the most, the Victorianization of the economy, greater and greater inequality, more and more fractured social order, less and less civil society, no roles, less social. It's absolutely tragic. But yes, so the cancel culture, both sometimes for us, and I know that I'm guilty of this, it can act both as a very real thing. We're formally and informally cancelled in all sorts of ways. But we can imagine that the cancel culture is the contingent thing that has thwarted us. So we can imagine that the career would have still existed for us if it wasn't for this one bad, girl boss feminist who didn't like the cut of our jib and wanted our job. In reality, that event that may or may not have happened to us is a symptom of the fact that there are no jobs at all for everybody. But that's not to say that cancel culture isn't, extremely real. But as human subjects, there's a material reality, and then there's our transcendent religious investment in that reality and how we use the reality that's often very real to mystify what's actually going on. Žižek has a great point about you can be a hypochondriac and still have cancer. So I think we need to give ourselves, and those people who really fucking annoy us in the PMC, who maybe are the few people who've got the job, a lot of grace, because we are in an economic situation that is truly shit. One factor that I think was really frustrating for a lot of people for a lot of years was seeing how lumpenized PMC aspirants, and the PMC, by the way, is this new management class that has emerged in relation to this development of philanthropy capitalism. I keep seeing this meme sent to me by friends and seeing it on social media, which is, it's I guess within Hispanic culture, maybe first generation or second generation immigrants in the US. It's in Spanish, and it has, the two sides of me. And it's a person dressing like a Monopoly character when he's applying for jobs. It requires, I don't know, his credit score to get an apartment, and then dressed like a sort of crazy, cliche of a Mexican mariachi person, or maybe a peasant, when you have to go cap in hand to the philanthropy capitalist to present yourself as a worthy candidate who will provide an ideological foil to the egregiousness of what's going on, the progressive narrative. The economy is regressing, but we have this cultural progressive narrative. And we're often forced to play both sides, to humble brag, to both be extremely successful and, everything that's stacked against me. And this is a real sort of cognitive dissonance. And then we can point it out in each other how we know that this person who may have a father who's, extremely rich is playing the card of being, I don't know, whatever identity that necessitates their facilitation into a PMC role. But yeah, one thing that was very frustrating, and I think we saw this with Bernie in America and Corbyn in the UK, was how this lumpenized class, potentially including all of us, dealt psychologically with this condition and how this affected politics. Freud points out that we would rather die than give up the fantasy narrative we have of ourselves in terms of how we perceive ourselves in relation to the way we are recognized by the social mass. And if we have felt that it is important that in the eyes of the other, we are successful, we are meritocratic, we all brought onto this meritocratic narrative, which facilitated the extraction of surplus value from us through our striving, our achievements, our degrees, our indebtedness, that tomorrow we will get to the point of being part of the upper middle class, which I think, by the way, is something important to talk about now, because a lot of people are aging out of milestones precisely because of the investment in the logic of exception through having to, this, by the way, is not a moral thing either, because people were forced to do this, because it's not like, oh, everybody should just become a truck driver or something. That, there are no roles for people. And one of the issues, this is something that Catriona points out, and I know we talked about platypus earlier, but there's a sort of thought about the 19th century, and the 19th century being this opportunity for political change to occur at the time of Marx's writing, and maybe we can recreate the 19th century. Because when you actually become a worker, it is from that position that you actually are able to control supply chains, go on strike, actually politicize and negotiate for your better stake of the market. When you don't even have a worker's role, what the fuck are you supposed to do? But one of the things that was really, and as I say, the thing that is really sad is you see loads of millennials aging out of the milestones of home ownership, enough security to have children, enough security to actually find a love match. Because when one is extreme, you have to sort of afford to be in love. If you can't afford to walk away from a situation, this is a situation which can end up in, very abusive economic circumstances. And it can be really, really difficult. And the next thing that's potentially going to come is this age group's parents passing away. And potentially, not again to be too doomsday about it, what happens if the equity in the houses that exist for their boomer parents that everyone's counting on, first of all, if all the houses are sold at the same time, this will devalue the value of the properties, because the market will be flush with objects for sale. But also, in terms of private healthcare, how much healthcare costs have absolutely exploded, especially in America, a lot of this equity is going to be used up in their healthcare. So this is the massive proletarianization of people who were brought up with much higher aspirations than this. And in fact, I do feel that this class, if you just look at it on a monetary basis, and I'm going to make an argument in a second politically with At what point do people come to realize their shared interest with all workers, all people in the working class, all proletarianized people? And the proletariat, as Marx pointed out in the Communist Manifesto, recruits from all classes. But maybe these people are worse off than anybody else, because if you're not even a worker, but you have the cultural, I don't even know if it's capital, but the hope of a cultural, of an exception, of being the person out of 100,000 that's going to get the academic job eventually. But in terms of Corbyn and in terms of Bernie, when things perhaps weren't quite as bad because people had 5-10 years to still, we could imagine that things were going to actually pay off for people during that time. But we saw in the UK, and this was something that was really frustrating around 2019, was, as I pointed out before, for Freud, people would rather die than give up their cultural significance within the social group. So in terms of your class positionality, there's a TV show in the UK called First Dates, which is like a reality show where people go on first dates with each other. And a friend of mine pointed out that you often get, interesting gender dynamics, you get interesting cultural dynamics, you get people from different countries dating, but they never show on this show people dating across class. This is potentially to do with the fact that the way in which you are brought up, and I think Benjamin's made this point, it's highly traumatic to imagine that which you were born into, which you've never had to work for, which you've just got, actually isn't yours. And in fact, as we've had, I think I've seen a graph which shows that the difference, the drop in economics from the boomer generation to the millennial generation has been the biggest economic collapse since the Black Death. This is hugely traumatic for people. And I think, obviously, often, psychoanalytically, we talk about, we go on and on and on about an issue about economic collapse, for example, as a form of reality testing, precisely because we haven't actually confronted how bad it is. In fact, the reality might be much, much worse. And the sort of going on about it is, in fact, an attempt to reality test and hope it's not actually real. But in the UK, we had a set of people who, as I pointed out, were at least in as bad a situation as their working class counterparts, with those who didn't go to university. And to recognize the waste, not only the financial waste and in terms of time, but the deluded investment in the promise that this made you special and different and of a different class from those in the working class, was too traumatic for people. And you had the rise of nominally left-wing cultural movements, deemed political movements, that in fact I would argue were apolitical. If we understand politics as the confrontation with our material reality in terms of the commons, the fact that we each have a form of subjectivity that is that exists because of an ontological phenomenon that is the same in all of us, but that can explode in multiplicitous directions because of that ontological lag. So we all desire in different ways. We have different interests. We have different desires. And we have to negotiate material reality in relation to those desires, and politics is doing so. As soon as we decide, and we fall into the logic of utopian thinking, that there is no lack, reality is the way we wish it to be, and the other doesn't have the right to exist in their dialectical lacking reality, and is in fact a contingent obstacle behind whom we can imagine the world as we want it to be exists, but it's just a utopian fantasy cast in their shadow. This isn't politics. So it's an apolitical, cover story for a denial of politics, using political sort of signifiers to facilitate that ideological veil. But in the UK, we had these movements that were nominally political, but in fact, they were ways in which people could show their cultural difference from those who they potentially unconsciously realized they had shared material reality with, but they weren't ready to confront that. And in fact, for any material politics to occur, there needed to be something universalist that brought everybody together and that actually brought people to understand just how fucked they had been by the market. And it's only in those moments that we would have an actual political mass to do anything. And in fact, what happened is the focus on cultural politics alienated people with whom this lumpenized class potentially had shared interest and shared, concerns, and alienated that group. And in fact, drove in some ways, there are lots of different factors at play, this group into an antithetical political position that is just as oppositional, you know, focusing on things like immigration in a really facile way and in a racist way. And we had things like these TV shows where, you know, stations owned by the biggest capitalist media moguls in the world, bringing on these young political activists in a way that almost seemed to be deliberately showing how ridiculous this form of politics was, so that normal people wouldn't side with it. And we missed a really, really important opportunity there. I don't know if people feel it's as bad as I do. I don't know. But I think it's really important for us to see the PMC as a result of this new form of, I would call it, state-sponsored corporate socialism. I don't know if we can say that socialism was predicted, but, you know, socialism is something that we have hoped for on the horizon, and perhaps we have it, or we don't have it, but the rich have it. We have a system that absolutely doesn't work, but we have created a reality via the state. And I think, you know, I'm of the Hegelian persuasion, and lots of Hegelians potentially see the state having a role in capitalism in terms of a sort of society of absolute knowledge, or a society of the good infinite, whereby, you know, it's the risk redistribution mechanism. And I think it's at its best, it can do that. But here we have something it's much worse than what we had before. It's a state that actually bails out the system that already exists at the expense of both the worker and those who aren't even elevated to the status of the worker. Because the ideology of promise, fantasy, will get us to do anything. If we think about the logic of, you know, the mountain climber, we will die for what we can imagine will assuage us in terms of not having to confront the divided nature of our economy and the divided nature of ourselves. The logic of exception gets us to imagine that this reality is contingently bad. It isn't happening to us, it's happening to everybody else. But if you really look at the numbers, and if you look at the numbers of people with PhDs looking for a job, you know, we're not all lottery winners, you know. But the thing is, what is interesting, of course, is the overproduction of the university. It's neoliberalization. So first of all, it's financialization, turns it away from the ability to do actual research and philosophy towards what Lacan calls university discourse, which is essentially the master's discourse or the capitalist discourse in disguise. And we see this in terms of the transformation of a lot of great philosophy from the 20th century into an ideological foil for capital. So a sort of de-dialectified version of philosophy to convince people that there is critique going on here, but it is actually just the facilitator of capitalism. And it turns the contradiction of philosophy into oppositional thinking. But what has happened is actually one can do philosophy outside the university because its proliferation has undermined its value. So that's an interesting uptick. Unfortunately, precisely because of the way in which we all have invested in the magic of tech, forgetting that it is also a material phenomenon, just like everything else, we managed to create a universe in which every action we do generates profit for tech corporations. So as workers, you know, we may be exploited, we may have a surplus value exploited from us, but at least we're paid. In terms of the internet, we're constantly doing labor. Every time we post online, every time we get engaged in affect and culture war and anger, every time we cathartically look at things on the internet, every time we do our, you know, nth hour of a Marxist podcast, we're generating value for tech billionaires. And this is something that is really terrifying. We're in a situation where the likes of Musk, obviously his wealth exponentially grew over COVID, but, you know, becoming really involved in politics, and in fact appointing himself to be an ambassador to Israel-Palestine a year ago at the beginning of the conflict. This is crazy. You know, obviously, historically, state capital is terrible, but we are in a situation where even the state is in the descendancy relative to capital, and this is something that's really, really worrying. There was one thing I also wanted to address, and it just dropped out of my mind, so I'm just going to look at look at my notes to see if there's anything in particular that I've forgotten. Oh yeah, I wanted to talk about the critique of the critique, or the negation of the negation, and how the university sits in this situation. I think basically what I'm talking about here fundamentally is seeing the lumpenized PMC, the university aspirant, within more material understandings as a universal subject of capital. We obviously exist in a universe. So one of the upsides of us all being educated is that we're all educated. You know, we haven't had such an educated cohort ever, potentially. And also the fact that the university is getting delegitimized, and it's possible to find these pockets of thought outside the, you know, we don't need the stamp of authority from an institution to do this. That's the upside of it. One of the downsides is, how do we create space to do this without, again, having our surplus labor being exploited by tech capitalism? But is there any other way? I don't know. I don't have a magic. All I can think about is, how do we tax mobile wealth? I think that's the first step. But one of the issues of the university, as it has been tied to corporate logic, both in terms of education as a commodity that we were sold, that we all massively invested in, not only is education as a commodity, you know, the motivation for the client is to buy a product to generate value for those who produce it, for those, you know, the owners of the means of production of that commodity. And so in terms of education as a commodity, but also we have to work really hard at it. We have to fight our way through the millions of other people who have this degree, because its value is only valuable insofar as other people don't have that degree. And our labor is exploited, our free labor, and we get into massive debt for it. So it's not just the cost of it, but the cost plus interest. But the university, and in terms of university discourse, something that has really happened in terms of critical theory that I think really we need to rethink is a lack of understanding of related to capitalism and a critique of capitalism. So capitalism in its archaic form justifies itself with various appeals to universalism. So we have things like the ideal of democracy, the ideal of meritocracy, all these things. What often happens in today's critique, which is also a capitalist critique, is because it's actually the universals that are the things that potentially are outside the realm of capitalism, because capitalism relies on a problem solution logic, a contingent loss that can be remedied by something else, rather than a universal of lack that can never be overcome. So the critique, the facile capitalist critique, says the problem with capitalism is its aspiration to universals. Because it promises a universal, that's the problem. Rather than the universals, you know, living in community with other people, potentially having a society that is meritocratic, where people have roles, all these things are things potentially to aspire to, but capitalism can't offer it because it is relying on a logic of exclusion, a logic of subjugation, extraction, problem solution logic, oppositional logic, all these things. The capitalist critic says the problem with capitalism is its aspiration to universals. Therefore, we have to critique universals in order to overcome capitalism. But what actually that does is it re-particularizes all the spaces where we can conceive of something outside of capitalism into the logic of capital, which is particularist, and particularly does so at the level of subjectivity, because when it was stated that the personal is political insofar as the structure of subjectivity in each embodied individual, who are embodied in different ways and whose manifest form of subjectivity is different, leads to an insight about subjectivity that is universal. That is how the personal is political. But to arrest that at the level of we're all different in our essence, therefore we have something to offer the other in a transcendent level, we have a way to use our own selves as a corporate token to find our place in society. We don't have something that binds us. It is a war of all against all in terms of our subjectivity, our very subjectivity being commoditized upon. So we need to if we are doing philosophy and politics, as educated people outside the neoliberal university, critique this critique. So we need to negate that negation and rethink politics in a universalist way. And I think one of the ways that we can do this in terms of the lumpenized PMC is to see how this group are a manifestation of something that is fundamental to capitalism itself. And we are not exceptions. We are like everybody else. And that's that.
Woo! Ow!
I don't know what happens next.
Thank you, Helen. We've got Daniel. Do you have I sent you a message to see how flexible you are here. I'd like to do a little Q&A if we have time.
Yeah, go for it.
Daniel gave this thumbs up. Perfect. All right. This chord is not that.
Go for it.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Daniel.
Oh, is Daniel coming next?
Hold on. Yeah, Daniel will be
Okay.
next, but we've got time, Helen. So hang on.
Cool.
Hang on. We're not going to let you go so soon. All right. So it'll be like, at a big speaking event when you have to walk up to the microphone. Who would like to go first? I'll go first while you all think about it. So first of all, thank you. Like I said at the beginning of this, I do think that this is one of those ideas where if they haven't learned how to think in this sort of material, historical, structural way, then we'd all just think that we're like avant-garde or something right now. And I think it's important that we don't think that.
Well, I think both are true at the same time. We do have, because we're subjects, we have the capacity to think and act. We are always a symptom, but we also have a capacity to do something with being that symptom.
Well said. And we can also tell stories about ourselves. Yeah, I've got a question though. You'll go. But so what I wanted to build up to basically is this. I think you kind of jumped ahead of me there, Helen, with maybe your answer, but I still kind of want to pose it. Just because it is really competitive doesn't mean, and just because there is this overproduction of intellectuals, doesn't mean that a person with a degree is an intellectual. And I would even bring in the idea that there are people who historically in any population in any part of the world at any time would have been predisposed to being more reflective and probably would have gone into some kind of a calling that maybe it's a professor, maybe it's a priest, maybe it's a Brahmin, who knows? I don't know. But the university's filtering. I want to basically say I think that the university's filtering out a certain kind of person, and that it's a kind of person who wants to have their scholae to do the sort of active leisure research. And I'm just wondering like how this factors in for you, because I don't consider.
I think that like there's multiple truths at the same time, and I think the thing is, it's like any system will, unfortunately have an immune response to something that's a threat to it, right? So it will, there is, but the thing is, I think also that there can be this real fetishization of that phenomenon, which is real, to turn it into like a contingent thing of like, the neoliberal university couldn't handle me or whatever, when something even worse is happening, which is like, there are no roles for anybody in it. We're completely fucked. But it is true that I think the neoliberal university, and it's funny, we always say this. I know that Ben knows that we've had this discussion many times. It's like, oh, it's all over. It's going to get better now. It's all over. Cancel culture's over, but then you sort of sometimes see, I remember after leaving university, going back and looking at the PhDs that were coming out of the department that I was in, and it was like really identitarian, really using critical theory in a direction potentially, I personally don't think it was designed to, very much a sort of discourse generation relative to what is required to mystify the economic forces that exist today. So those obviously are what is on offer for people and what people have to do to get the financing. Some people aren't willing to do that. Some people don't have to do that. You know, some people can avoid these situations if they're lucky enough. Some people have family situations where, even though in another sort of order of things, they would be the kind of people who wouldn't fall into doing this and wouldn't kind of sell out, feel the need to get roles, you know, in the light of what their parents expect of them. I think there's loads and loads of different things. But I do think that the university is a very difficult place. I think that there are probably more people than we think within universities who don't think the way we do. I think that the HR-ification of the university is a terrible thing. But of course, what can people do? I think that all of this is true, you know, and I personally, you know, I get a lot of sort of jouissance out of being outraged by the kind of shit that I see produced and the behavior of individual people. But there'll always be another person to take the place within this order of things. But I don't know if there's any solution at all. I just think that if there's any solution, it has to be an economic one, I think.
Thank you.
So thank you for the presentation. Kind of towards the end, you mentioned that perhaps the focus should be on the universals that capitalism does not focus on. For the time, or like at this current time, could you kind of list out what you think some of those universals are that you're playing around with?
Yeah, I'd say the most foundational one is the structure of subjectivity itself and how capitalism relates to that structure of subjectivity. So the fact that we are all born twice. We are born as material beings, then go through this process of separation from our parents, which leads to the formation of subjectivity and being overwritten by language, which endows us with certain forms of desiring and investment in the world around us in potentially transcendent ways or imagined transcendent ways, and how this gets us to stop understanding ourselves as material. Because the fantasy structures are really important to get us to navigate the world and to make life worth living in a world that's actually like fucking scary. But we have to do a bit of understanding that we all emerge from reality, material reality, in the same way. But because of the structure of that emerging, we experience things differently and we desire in different ways. But I think that is kind of the first step in terms of seeing ourselves as foundationally or ontologically equal in a way that the lie of capitalism gets us to deny. But what's difficult is the fantasy stuff is really important. As I said, like without it, you just can't live, you know, you just can't be confronted with it. You'd go absolutely mad. So I think it's interesting, you know, we have this difficult, and I think maybe this is where, you know, the challenge we have is to keep desiring and keep invested in the world in this kind of way that makes life worth living, but also bearing in mind how this is a subjectival phenomenon that is a result of a need to manage something that is nearly unmanageable in the human subject, but that everybody goes through. So there's you know, one of the most famous passages in the Phenomenology of Spirit is the master-slave dialectic, and it's been, you know, the really facile kind of like victim-oppressor narrative that we have today that is just like a lubricant to the logic of capital. It sort of derives from this in like a wrong way, but basically this is a delineation of how structures will debase individuals by making them seem like they aren't subjects like us. But this is actually bad for the fabric of society eventually. So I think that's like the first premise that needs to be understood in order to build an actually more equitable society. And understanding how this relates to the logic of capitalism can help us understand not only the material functioning of capitalism, which I think is so mystified today that without a critique of libidinal economy, we can't get to actually how it really works, but also just how silly capitalism is and how unproductive it actually is and how it operates in relation to the structure of our subjectivity. I think I kind of like had a connection problem there. I don't know. But that, I think that's the first universal I would think about.
You're coming through great on our side.
Okay, cool.
All right, we've got Sean now. And then that'll be it. And so this is the last one.
Cool.
Better be good, Sean.
It will be.
So you mentioned dating across class, and I wonder if both an economic and a cultural solution that is dating across class possible, and is it potentially an economic and cultural solution for the PMC working class divide?
Yo, what's up, listener or viewer?
Yo.
How you doing?
So I noticed you sitting there watching this video.
Yep.
And yeah, you're listening, you're paying attention. You're definitely not hearing everything we're saying though.
Yep. Nope, definitely not. You're not taking notes.
Yeah, take notes, dude. What are you doing?
Hey, you know what? If you want to be passive and just enjoy this content while multitasking, that's what we do as well. Everyone does that most of the time. We very rarely switch into this more active mode, and that's fine. That's fine because you're kind of absorbing this content as you go through your life, and that's great. But if you're going to do that, then we just have a little request of you. What's our little request, Nance?
We want you to do the algorithm things. We want you to hit the button, the thumbs up, or the thumbs down. Hit the subscribe button. You could even hit the bell so you get notified when there's an epic marathon stream.
Yep.
Or one of the dope ass interviews. We just finished a dope ass interview. But do the things to help train your algorithm to actually give you content that you prefer. And at least here we are aware of the problem. We are aware that we're all infected with the algorithm, and we're trying to do something about it. So while you can like maintain a cynical distance of like not being an enthusiastic vocal supporter,
right?
Doing those actions actually, first of all, it helps the channel. It helps Theory Underground, but it helps your algorithm too. You will get less kind of shitty clickbait React content if you train your algorithm to give you what you prefer. I mean, you're already here. You're already watching this.
Yeah. So enthusiastic, unironic, genuine support might be a little too much for some of you who are way too cool for that kind of thing. But you can at least hit the little like button, and then we'll say we're even, okay?
There we go. You owe us nothing now.
Yeah, let's get back to it.
Will be.
So you mentioned dating across class, and I wonder if both an economic and a cultural solution that is dating across class possible, and is it potentially an economic and cultural solution for the PMC working class divide?
It's interesting, right? It's interesting because I would say, I don't know how biographical I should get, but it's interesting because I think you've seen it in past generations in some ways where going to university meant there was a period of time in the UK when we had post-war, the economy at that time for various contingent reasons. And then also, huge investment in social housing, free education and stuff. There was actually the possibility to transcend class. So people became, maybe started off in one class position, but became upper middle class. And it's funny, that's the kind of boomer model that the education promise was sort of it was sort of like based upon for us, because it had worked then for like the few people who went to university for free, the 8% or whatever, and they went to, normal schools and ended up in upper middle class jobs. And it's interesting because there was this, I actually did a dissertation on this writer when I was at college, this French writer who, she just won the Nobel Prize in 2023, I think, which maybe says something about like how radical this writing is. But basically she writes about this phenomenon of being like a class refugee, but it's from the boomer perspective, right? Where she's like from her parents were, I think, shopkeepers, and she ended up going to like the best university and having this brilliant literary career, and how, alienating and, you know, traumatic it is to be this class refugee. But I'm like, well, you know, lucky you. this is like something positive, right? And actually, what's maybe really interesting for the younger generation is how the opposite has happened to infinitely more people. So that's kind of interesting. But I think maybe, you know, it will have to happen. I think I've seen people whose parents potentially overinvested in various capitalist promises and have nothing to show for it now, have been forced into situations of negotiating reality and being more practical. But I think that maybe it will come with a lot of, you know, one of the sort of putting your big girl pants on, maybe sort of sucking up some of the things like that. But I think it's to do with the fact that class, obviously, it kind of means two things, especially in Britain. Britain, it's kind of weird because we have this kind of like archaic feudal hangover that it is precisely capitalism that gets rid of that, which people kind of find difficult to understand, but it is, just like with patriarchy. But you have, you know, you have class as in financial, but you also have how that financial position relates to various cultural signifiers and how you see yourself relative to other people, and how that cultural stuff is precisely the thing that mystifies the economic stuff. And obviously, under especially previous orders of capitalism, but like meritocracy in its pretend capitalist sense, where you think that you are, that being in a class position says that you're better than somebody else on a sort of transcendent level, that's really difficult for people to get over. But, you know, reality is reality. This is the thing, it's like, I don't know, in some ways I sort of think like reality bites, like as in, there is material reality. Material reality is quantum and divided like everything else, but we are divided at the level of our subjectivity, and this leads us to be able to think in ways that exceed the capacity of other species, but also to be deluded in certain ways. And so this delusion does often lead us up the garden path. Can this delusion go on forever? I don't know. But does reality actually catch up eventually? And do we have to, you know, stage an intervention and, you know, really get us to confront things? But I think it is an interesting thing. I wonder if there'll be literature about this, books, movies, because maybe this is something that people are having to deal with. I think like definitely it's interesting as well in terms of gentrification. I think gentrification is a real existing thing, but also some aspects of what we understand gentrification can be understood in a way of actually people brought up with certain expectations actually coming to live in close quarters to people of different classes. So it could be the inverse as well as the thing that is sort of recognized to be. But I think, yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. But I do know of people who this has happened to, the reverse of the boomer way, and how interesting it has been for them.
Thank you, Helen, everybody.
Hey, Dave.
Thanks, guys. Really fun.
Hey, Dave.
You did great.
Oh, thank you. Can I stick around and listen to Daniel if I just close my stuff off?
Absolutely, yes. You don't even have to turn your camera off. You can just.
I'll turn my camera off because I might do some housework. So.
Okay.
Hold on, real quick, Dave.
Listening.
Dave.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
For Helen. Okay, hold on. I want to take the opportunity, Helen, because I want to ask something real quick, but I want to ask this to Helen and to Daniel. And this is kind of, I just want to get your reaction to this and see what you think. I asked this to everybody on the panel yesterday, and Dave, it's really loud in the coffee shop. I want you to read the Delusion with Hari quote, because I want to know what Helen, how she reacts to it, and also what Daniel thinks of it. And this is the only opportunity to get both of their reactions to it. So,
Mikey, it's your show, man. You can do what you like.
All right,
yeah.
okay. All right. Hold on. Let me post the quote in the chat.
Of course, we're assuming she's still there, but you know.
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. Great.
Sweet. And Mikey, don't worry about the coffee shop. We can't hear a damn thing.
Well, somebody else.
Oh, Nance will read it. Nance will read it.
All right, here we go. It's not that long. There you go.
He's the Audible official narrator, so.
All right, so Helen, Daniel, this is a quote from Anti-Oedipus. I just want to know what you guys think of this. Do you think this is the way forward in our current situation? Nance, take it away.
We don't see it in the chat yet.
Yeah, but
Did you share it in the chat, or did you message it to somebody?
Yeah, I direct message it to OG. Hold on.
Just make something up. Make something up, man.
Hold on, let me do it. Schizophrenia good, destroy. Schizophrenia good, destroy. Freud wrong. Ha ha ha. Pew 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 pew. Could save people a lot of time.
Does Daniel have it? Can you read it, Daniel?
Yeah, Daniel can read it.
I will happily read it. Destroy. The task of schizoanalysis goes by way of destruction, a whole scourging of the unconscious, a complete cartridge. Destroy Odysseus, the illusion of the ego, the puppet of the superego, guilt, the law, castration. It is not a matter of pious destruction, such as those performed by psychoanalysis under the benevolent, neutral eye of the analyst. For these are Hegel-style destructions, ways of conserving. How is it that the celebrated neutrality and what psychoanalysis dares to call, the disappearance or the dissolution of the Oedipus complex does not make us burst into laughter? I'd play a harmonica or something if
That's
I could.
way too optimistic. It's way too optimistic.
I'm just thinking Kafka, because Kafka's pretty funny. Just when you think that you escaped something, you can continue to participate in it, thinking that you're in an act of liberation, as we see in Joseph K. The Trial, or maybe the investigation of the dog, or something of that character.
Definitely. Yeah, no, Lacan has a huge critique of like the kids in 68, what you aspire to as a master, you will have one,
Yeah.
A new form of oppression, and potentially more mystified precisely because you confidently got rid of the old order and you're in something more liberatory. But this is, too optimistic. What's on the other side of it? More capitalism. And isn't like the logic of tech utopianism is like move fast and break things,
Well, and look, don't we kind of have to start resisting this thing where like there's certain, I don't know what ultra leftists that would just say anybody who defends the law or what we would call the symbolic order is a fascist. I mean, isn't this laughable?
Yeah.
To think. Yeah.
The symbolic order is precisely like like in psychoanalysis, the symbolic order is a good thing, It's precisely the kind of the utopian thing that you can do away with. What is you can just raise everything in the ground and something perfect in its essence, something more real and true will emerge out of it, is the fascist logic.
Well, I mean, for me, there's a way just to speak on the symbolic. I kind of sometimes think about it as a stage, like for a performance. Like if you go out on the stage and you have no idea what you're doing, it's terrifying and you feel oppressed and you get really angry at the audience. But if we view the stage as an opportunity to learn new modes of consciousness, to explore different ways of socialization, to put on a good performance, suddenly the stage is what affords us the space by which to engage in that exploration. The problem is the symbolic or the law simultaneously trains us into habits of not being able to think beyond, say, the logic of capital. And so it becomes very difficult to not see the stage as something that's creating a space for working through, like we're doing here at Theory Underground, new ways to be, new horizons by which to be toward reality. But if we've never thought that way, and you could also argue that we haven't had to think that way, or it seemed that way because capitalism seemed to be great. Go back to the 90s, right? Everything was grand. And if we just do it a little longer, if we just get a little more capitalistic, then it'll be all right. We don't need to start thinking about exploring new modes of and then it's too late, right? So I think if one looks at the law as creating a space and an opportunity for working through different modes of consciousness, I mean, we kind of choose it, right? Because we can be toward it as something that keeps us in a prison, or we can see it as something that gives us an opportunity by which to extend humanity in terms of conviviality versus give ourselves over to manipulation. So I think that, you know, in a way, to be kind of optimistic, I think we have power in that sense, in the ways that like Illich may speak of enablement or different things. But we have to think that thought to see it that way. And if we don't have a society that has given us the space to think that thought, well, then the law can't have this function that I'm so describing. And so it makes sense that most people then experience it as a prison. But the problem with that is if you overcome Huxley and you overcome Orwell, you fall into Kafka if you don't realize it. And then you become the agent of your own, your own imprisonment without realizing it if you don't think these thoughts. So those come to mind.
All right, we better. Thank you so much, both of you. Everyone, give it up for the little panel. Thank you, Helen. Thank you, Mikey. Thank you, Daniel. And now, so schedules today, time-wise. I just wanted to say the last two things on the event will be different than what they currently appear as. Cesar will talk a little bit about it in a minute, but you will definitely be incorporated with kind of what was. It's kind of similar to the original plan, but we're also pushing things back a little bit so that Daniel has like a full, you know, your presentation can breathe. You'll still get a Q&A, and because we're here for it, and we love you, and we're very excited for this. And that's all my introduction is going to say. So please take it away.
You're very kind. Well, I have 1 o'clock here, so I'll work 30, and if I go over, shoot a firework at the camera. And actually, that question was beautiful, because in talking about tragic sociology, I'm in fact thinking a lot of Kafka in this tension between the law that can help us organize our behavior, but then the law that simultaneously trains us into habits to think beyond it. So that was a lovely question. And I appreciated what Helen was saying. And I also would say I really much appreciate this emphasis on lack as a way to try to have a universal that is, because if you fall into the particular, you end up falling into the logic of capital. So I think that's well put. But then, of course, what does the universal look like that is not in of itself oppressive? And the language of lack is useful. Cadell in his book, Systems and Subjects, talks about the river hole. We should also note that there are many thinkers like Terence Deacon, Stu Kaufman, that talk about lack and constraint as necessary for negentropy, that these are actually what can help reverse entropy. So in a weird way, although this all may sound odd, there's actually a basis, dare I say, without going into it at all, in forms of physics that talk about, yes, actually the key to development is to have some sort of relation with constraint, because that opens up negentropy from entropy. And then that makes me think of possibilities of Platonic Marxism, Marxist Platonism, as Mr. Studebaker was saying, which was beautiful. And also, I think all of this approaches the question that Mr. Loncar presented us with: are we going to fix ourselves? And to me, all of those questions I would like to frame in terms of considering tragic sociology or trade-off sociology versus conspiratorial sociology, as I talk it, because the way I would frame this, that if we don't think the tragic, then we can't think the beautiful. In the same way in Hegel, you think dialectical thinking to move to speculative reasoning. So if we want to move to something like a Platonic Marxism, Marxist Platonism, which also brings to mind the thinking of the great Thomas Jockin on beauty that I highly suggest, then we have to think the tragic, but not to despair in fatalism, but to take seriously our situation so that we may negate, sublate it. I would also say that for me, if we're going to move toward conviviality versus manipulation, as we talked about with Ivan Illich, we have to think tragic sociology. If we're going to take seriously the situation of capital, which is working on our mode of consciousness, we have to think tragic sociology. And all of this opens up possibilities of social coordination by which we may train ourselves on this stage that we are so describing, so that we can have a mode of consciousness that we are open to the other and able to organize ourselves according to an alternative logic. To start, I would like to talk about what is sociology, where it came from. I'm going to be very general. Dave has a wonderful lecture series on it, and those students are very lucky to have him. I will then talk about what I mean by tragic. I will then talk about, in this presentation, I'll make a distinction between society and system. I can't swear I will always stick to it in all of my work. Let's talk a bit as structural versus a concept, as Dwayne was saying yesterday, and then we will move to what it would exactly mean to think in this way. So sociology is very interesting. Some people will put the term back in about 1780 with Saint, but I actually think if we take The Discovery of Society by Randall Collins, who I really much like, he places it with Comte around 1840. And the way he frames it is sociology is asking the question, how do we put a society back together that has been ravaged by revolution, like all of these things have thrown the world upside down. We exist in a world of great globalization, networks, and so on and so forth. And so sociology is interested in that question. Now, of course, right there, you're dealing with fire, right? Because when you start talking about putting the world back together, who decides who puts the world back together and who gets to decide what that looks like? Well, that seems to be a problem. But there is this real concern that the social is also simultaneously being eclipsed by the market, because this 1830, this 19th century is so bizarre because you have these revolutionary transformations in economics. And then, like, obviously with the Dutch Empire, the LLCs, Dieter Mikowski talks about the Great Enrichment, where you have this explosion of economic well-being, but then people like Planier come around and say, well, yeah, that's true, but we're also ripping people off their land and replacing social logic with capital. So it's all tragic, right? Yes, you are getting the ability to access food, but you're also losing the capacity to think in terms of the social. So you're dealing with a trade-off. And the way that also Randall Collins puts it is that in this period of time, society is actually like an idea to people. And I know that sounds bizarre, but like the idea that the society is a thing, as opposed to just like a collection of individuals or just like, the working of Providence or something, this is kind of bizarre for people. They're like, wait, there's like this social order that I'm organized by that has causal effect on me, even if I don't believe in it. Right? And people go crazy. The way that Mr. Collins puts it is he says, imagine the human body. Most of us actually have no idea how the human body works, and yet we use it great. We don't really think about it very much. And so basically in this period, people go, wow, there's like a body I'm in that works in certain ways that I'm situated in. What does that mean? And is it arbitrary? And is it oppressing me? Right? So society is an idea. We can think of top-down causation, really comes into people's minds. Other things of great importance, I think, is we see interesting changes in literature and actually the arising of arguably new emotional states. That's why this period is so new. There's a lovely book by Patricia Meyer Sachs on the history of boredom. And she wants to argue that boredom as we know it today really doesn't exist till the 1830s. And you're like, that's stupid. What are you talking about? She's like, no. If you go through, the way that people talk about boredom dramatically shifts once you get to your Flaubert's or as you move through Pascal. Boredom becomes much more existential and is much more of an idea of the following. Boredom is not something where you have nothing to do. It's where you see no significance in what you could do. Like, yeah, I could go to the movies, but what's the point? It has no relation to me. It has no participation to me. We can associate it with alienation. Obviously, we have movements of existential literature that will come with the 19th. The other thing that is extremely important is you see in The Secret Agent by Conrad, movements of focalization, the idea of the experience of the reality being focused through a particular subjectivity. Not the idea that everyone is kind of the same as children of God or whatever. It's like, no, actually, everyone from their particular conditioning and upbringing might have a different focal experience. Like, it is very difficult, especially when you move into, say, William Faulkner with Benji and The Sound and the Fury. It's very difficult to imagine a character like that who is working by an associational logic until you have society become a concept to people. So you see these changes in literatures, all of which suggest something has shifted, something has changed. Obviously, we have trade routes. Obviously, we have globalization. We have all of these shifts that occur. And again, Mr. Collins is marking this in about the 1840s, and this is what we're going through now. So this is kind of when we're talking about sociology, we're talking about this thing that's relatively new, that we're also being aware of humans being situated in a social order. But now we need to move to what do I mean by tragic. And by tragic, I'm thinking, I have in mind, I think her best book, Martha Nussbaum Baum, she wrote a book called The Fragility of Goodness, and I think it's her best book. And basically what she wants to argue is that we've lost the category of tragedy. And what she means by tragedy is that it's not a catastrophe, like something bad happened. A tragedy is a trade-off of competing goods. And she goes to the plays of Sophocles, for example. So let's take Antigone. You have to choose between serving your family or serving God, and you can't get both. You have to choose. Now, much more can be said, but the arguments he wants to make is that without our art showing us tragedy, we come to think of reality not as trade-offs, but problems and solutions, where there are problems and it's all melodrama, basically. And that's what we're taught. And I would like to argue that basically sociology fell into something that's kind of like a melodrama, where we're looking for the power, we're looking for the oppression, and if we deconstruct it, everything will be well, right? And also Randall Collins, based on Comte, there was this dream, and I think it speaks to Helen's wonderful presentation. There was this dream of if we just rationally educate everyone, the world will be grand. All we have to do is give people an education that makes them rational, and that will solve the problems. And actually, we know how to do it because we know what society is, how it works, we understand the mechanisms, and now we're going to be able to be rational. The reason we weren't rational before is because we simply didn't understand how society worked, and everything's going to be all grand and stuff. Yeah, about that. See, the problem is rationality is already situated in a mode of consciousness, of course. And the problem is that if you indeed define what is rational according to the commodity form, that would be different than how you may define what it is to be rational if you take seriously the social order or you believe in beauty, and so on and so forth, right? The way I like to talk about it in my work is the true isn't the rational, and what I mean by that is what you believe is true organizes what is rational. Unfortunately, we can be trained out of thinking beyond different possibilities of quote unquote truth, and thus get stuck in a rationality that leads us maybe somewhere we don't want to go. And so what has happened is that we find a sociology that is more, what I would say using Hegel, if I were to talk more about this conspiratorial sociology, it's too one-sided. It is not dialectical, and it doesn't move into speculative reasoning, because what you start doing is saying, well, we are oppressed by the givens or the religion. And rational education was basically the idea of if we just deconstruct all these things that oppress us, then we'll be free and we'll have human flourishing. That turned out not to be the case. And let me make a few case studies and then I'll move on. So there's a lovely example of a thinker named Bernard Juvenal. He wrote a book called On Power. There's also A.C. Conyers and different people. And what he points out is he says that there was a war. The way he describes it is that the upper teamed up with the lower against the middle. And so, for example, the kings, he makes this big point where he says, if you go through medieval history, you actually see kings weren't nearly as powerful as you think. They had to negotiate with feudal lords. They had to, like with the church, they actually were quite weak. But then here's the trick. The middle, the church, the priest, were genuinely oppressing people, okay? They like genuinely were oppressing people. So then the upper, the king, if you will, we can talk to government, said, hey, lower people, those feudal lords and chieftains are oppressing you. And they were, and it was true. So the upper was able to team up with the lower, take out the middle, which here's the key, was a genuine, and this is where, again, I think conservatism is too one-sided. I know we were taught last night was like the term left and different things, but I'll shelve that. There was a genuine ethical advancement, okay? Because now people are free from the middle, and you're actually free to, do what you want to do. You have more individual liberty. But guess what? There's now not a mediation between the low and the upper. And the upper, to really jump ahead, eventually becomes the capital nation state of Khoratani, right? So you had a genuine ethical freedom, but you did not replace the middle. So what ends up happening, the upper, which is today the capital nation state, basically has, well, everyone reads Studebaker's book. So, this is where you end up to, right? Okay, well, then we say, well, we need to basically bring back the middle. Well, that would be the social, if you grant me that. You need to bring back the social. But wait, didn't we say the social genuinely oppress people, xenophobia, racism, and all those different things? What are you talking about bringing back the middle? We don't want to do that. Well, this is where I think our challenge lies. And I don't think we can even begin to think this challenge if we don't think tragic sociology versus conspiratorial sociology, because conspiratorial sociology ultimately serves the capital nation state, because all you ever do is find things that oppress you from the middle, which of course they do. But that actually, if all you do is target that versus think the tragedy of human beings seemingly being caught between needing givens in mediation that simultaneously can oppress them and taking advantage of them, and how do we actively work through that, then all you're ever going to do is have an unstoppable Leviathan, if you will. The Hydra. Oh, I love that image from your book, Stuart, but the Hydra is really good. So that was really good. So, another example just from Dwayne, he was saying, is, okay, you took out the name of the father. All right, well, now you have the wow of the father, right? What are you going to do, right? So you dealt with a real problem, but because you did not have what I would call the social coordination system that we're now seeing at Theory Underground, Philosophy Board, et cetera, so forth, looking ahead, you did not have a means to avoid the temptation of the wow of the father, right? And also, the other example I'll give is I love one of the thinkers that got me onto this, although I think there's some inadequacies, is Philip Reeve. He wrote a book called Triumph of the Therapeutic. And what he talks about in that book is the idea that you have in a society, he was a great Freud scholar, and you have a distinction between givens and what he calls constraints. Releases and constraints. And what he says today is that everyone in the name of liberating the individual is going to war against all the constraints. But it turns out that if you give people no constraint, no direction, and you give them freedom, they tend to be like an Eric Fromm almost. They get overwhelmed by the freedom and actually in that anxiety turn to strong men. And Philip Reeve's like, have fun with that. You know, you got rid of all the givens and constraints. Well, you're going to existentially overwhelm people, and they're probably going to turn to the logic of capital to do their thinking for them, or a strong man. And let's see and he basically ends his book saying, glad I'm going to be dead before this all goes down. Thanks, Reeve. We're wish you would have given us a little more, but that's grand. But he's looking at the illusion, you know, Freud, discontent, civilization. He's looking at all of that. I don't actually know how much he knew Lacan. I think that would have been lovely, but I digress. So this is what all of this is pointing to. If we want to reclaim the social, we have to think the tragic and the trade-offs, which is that human beings, so let's just use that Philip Reeve example. You can't give humans just entire autonomous freedom, because then you lose the universal, just like Helen was saying. But then if you give them a universal, you risk oppressing them. This is where thinking starts. Basically, I think the great mistake we've done is think that we're thinking by just simply identifying constraints. That's oppressive, that's evil, we're doing critical thinking if we tear that down. No, for Hegel, that's the beginning of thinking. Hegel did not want to be seen as a dialectical thinker. He thought the dialectic was a description of how reality is so that we can speculatively reason about it. Dialectics is the character of reality that makes thinking possible. It's not the end of thinking. But that means you have to think like trade-offs, dialectics, movements, and so on and so forth. So a way I would describe this, and again, I'm going to be very general, is we need to reclaim the social and society. But what we have done is instead of the social, because it has these demands on us, and arguably we haven't had the social coordination infrastructure to not reclaim the middle in a way that was oppressive, what we've done is basically outsourced our humanity to the system. And now I'm thinking Mikey's work with Nick Land and Capital and all those different things. So the social operates by human negotiation and interaction. So we get together and we go, hey, we're going to do X, Y, and Z. We're going to meet here, and that's the social, right? It works by negotiation. And Alec, very good. A system, so the social is contingent on a human element, okay? It requires something human. As you scale, though, as you get larger, we as human beings, because it's too complex, tend to move toward a system. Because you get beyond Dunbar's numbers and so on and so forth, right? A system works by programming. It doesn't require a human element. It can simply follow the markets or signals or digitals or so on. So here's the beauty of a system. It works without a human element. Here's the horror of a system. It works without a human element. So it doesn't need the human, which is precisely why it can do our globalization for us. And man, we don't have to think about it or face anxiety or deal with all these problems of developing new modes of consciousness. But then you don't have to do all of that, and it gets life on its own, and transhumanism, capital, Nick Land, and so on and so forth, right? So what we have to do is reclaim the social from the system, which means we have to regain something like we're doing here from programming, but we would never even think that, and I'll bring it to a close because I might be going over this clock here, I can't read. I actually put it on military time on accident, and I'm not quick enough to know what that is, so scream at me if it's too late. But basically, what has happened now is there has to be a reclaiming of the social that is based on negotiations, because in the social, you begin to reclaim the ability to shape and form your own mode of consciousness and your own way of being toward the world, perhaps outside a logic of capital, which though is hard, precisely because you start talking about things like psychoanalysis, indifference, and the real, and surprise. Fundamentally, you know what the key thing a system does? Is it keeps out surprise. Do you know what the key thing is for human beings to be human? Their preparation for surprise. That was big on Ivan Illich, the man on the side of the road. Really, if you have a society where you can't be surprised, you cannot be human. You can be a computer, but you really can't be surprised. If you can't improvise, if you can't think on your feet, then you have no use for your feet. So we need a space where we can encounter one another to have these kind of surprises so that we can develop what it means to be fully human. And that is what it would mean. But this is the point. We will not even begin to move in this direction if we continue to treat sociology as conspiracy, as simply finding a person in the names of the father. We got rid of the name of the father? Great. Well, now we have an explosion of popularism and the wow of the father and stuff like that. Well, that's just because they're uneducated. If they went to college, then they wouldn't think that way. That's what's happened, right? Oh, all of this stuff going on in the world, it's because they're not part of the professional managerial class. Actually, we need more managerial class to manage these crazy people going toward popularism, right? Oh, crap, it's a snake eating its own tail. So if you don't have the category of tragic sociology, then of course you end up with this super bloated PCM joke, Hydra, because how else are you going to address it? And then everyone, I think Helen was speaking to this, and I'll come to a close, I think, is everyone then is in this giant sort of mode of being that is auto-cannibalistic, right? The example, I think, of the movie Brazil, I think really also we've gotten in big trouble overthinking power in terms of Orwell and Huxley. I think movies like Brazil are better, and I love Kafka, a mixture of disablement of Illich and Kafka, because in Kafka, like I was saying, Kafka is where people by Joseph K. is his own means of imprisonment. All someone has to do is say, Joseph, you're guilty of a crime that you don't know, and he actually imprisons himself. At the end of the novel, they spin the knife toward him. Very important. Joseph K., by his own mind, organizes himself toward his destruction. I would also suggest Investigations of a Dog, The Castle, obviously Metamorphosis. The key to Metamorphosis, the bug's like, I'm going to be late for work. Buddy, you're a bug, and yet all he can think is, I'm going to be late for work, right? That is what oppression looks like. And actually, if you over-index Huxley and Orwell, you distract yourself from what we need to think in order to speculatively reason about the future, right? Also, you're probably going to end up, if you don't end up in Kafka, you're going to end up in The Crying of Lot 49, Odysseus, and that's why conspiracies have taken off and so on and so forth. So, to close, if we take seriously tragic sociology, the real lesson of sociology is that in a globalized, pluralistic world where difference is encountering one another, and we have to think ourselves as situated with people who don't think like us, the name of the game is learning to manage difference, the surprise of the real, and those constraints on our ability to understand everything and not be overwhelmed by that anxiety. This is not a problem to be solved. This is a condition to be managed. But if we can manage it, if we can learn to actually bring people together and coordinate them in certain ways, then something like a Platonic Marxism, a beauty, a glimmer of that sort of goodness coming through the transients becomes possible. But that is going to involve working on ourselves, coordinating ourselves into places like this so we can think those different ways. Because you can get rid of the capital nation state all you want. If people can only think in the logic of capital, they'll bring it back because that's the only way they understand the world. And critically, one of the reasons people are attracted to capital is because I feel like I know people without having to know them. Oh, you work at Starbucks, you work here. It is a logic of relation that saves me the trouble of relating. And so unless people learn how to relate, they will fall back into means of compressing their relationships so that they're not overwhelmed by their relationships. And if that is all we can ever do, then we will always fall back into some Kafka novel or the capital nation state. But if we can do this, if we can rise to its occasion and think the problems that we are now presented with, such as how do you manage the problem of the law being seemingly a stage that we need in order to organize, but then it can train us into the inability to escape out of the law? How do you deal with, well, we have the pricing mechanism that can coordinate resources, but in its very presence trains us out of the ability to think beyond the frickin' commodity form. These are habits. These are actions. These are activities. These are challenges to us as human beings, not merely things we sit on paper, find the right formula, the answer is 42 and everything is solved. No, this is the work of a lifetime. This is the work that we have to be committed to, but in spaces like this, that commitment is possible. So it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you all. Thank you all.
Daniel.
Everyone's hands are aching because I always have them clap twice because we're always muted. Daniel, thank you so much. I love how that was a speed run of so many of the concepts that have been used and presented on over the course of TUCON and the life of Theory Underground. And so you even got the PCFM in there real quick at one moment. It was just like this. It was like, I was like, oh shit, he got me. He got my talk in there. But it did. It fit. Everything fits together in the mind of Daniel Garner. Now, I want to say we've got time for at least a couple questions. Who would like to start? All right. It's going to be Jordan Alexander.
Beautiful.
Hi, Daniel. Really enjoyed your talk. I have been thinking a lot about Durkheim and his notion of society as a body and the health of that body being dependent on the organs functioning cohesively, the constituent parts functioning cohesively. And I can't help but think that the social body, much like the infant of Lacan's mirror stage, has this image of wholeness, right? And it's obviously phantasmatic, right? And insofar as I think if we're going to have a tragic sociology, it's an acceptance that that's a fantasy, and that the social body actually, the health of it, in part relies on us reconciling ourselves to the fact that there will always be different tensions and contradictions between different organs that make up that body, and that in those negativities is where maybe the surprises you mentioned can occur. So I don't know if there's a question there, but just some thoughts I had.
No, I think that's fantastic. Well, one of the great ironies, in my opinion, is that it is precisely our desire for wholeness that we often miss the opportunity for beauty, or goodness in that kind of way that Studebaker is talking about. Because, generally, to take three categories from the book, I'll talk about isolation, singularity, not that I mean these in ways other people do, but isolation, singularity, and harmony. Isolation is where you have a pianist, a violinist, people that are different, but they're in different rooms far away, and they never interact. Singularity is when everyone on the stage is playing violin. There's no anxiety or feeling of difference, but they're all the same, and there's a oneness, there's a wholeness, but it kind of sucks. Harmony is when you have the pianist, the violin, all of this difference, and so the pianist can be anxious about the violinist or vice versa, but because of that difference, you can get Beethoven's Ninth. So you can get the possibility of harmony, right? But that requires difference. That requires also a certain humility, because the pianist says, I can't do what the violin can do, and I can't do what the singers can do. So there's difference. And there is an acknowledgement that it will not always be the same, but that accepting of shortcoming is how you can get a certain beauty and a certain goodness that otherwise is not possible. One of the keys, it always just depends on what you mean by words like whole or together, right? It always depends on that. Like, in my opinion, there's a weird dialectical monism in Hegel, where there's a fundamental dialectic, but there's a single substance that is in of itself entails a dialectical contradiction that is its own logic of unfolding. Well, that's weird as heck, but yeah. But you see, what I would say is that if we are thinking about, well, actually the way society can organize healthily is not by the denial of difference, but by the acceptance of difference and learning how to coordinate it into music, well then, yeah, sure, that's a kind of whole, but it's not the same as we all love each other and we get along and stuff and we're all enlightened, so, it all works out. Well, as just a little note, one of the keys to, I think, a successful relationship is actually knowing your partner is not perfect and that you're not perfect. And actually, you're not very nice. You think you're nice, but you're actually not. Ironically, the road of accepting your imperfection, like Dante going through Inferno and Purgatorio, and then accepting he can't handle all of Beatrice's smile all at once or it reduces him to ash, it has to be gradual. That is the road to a certain harmony. And I think we've wanted to skip that. We wanted to go to Beatrice without Virgil, and as a result, it's more like Lovecraft and reduced to ash. So those would be some thoughts that come to mind, my friend.
They're not tired of clapping yet, so thank you, Daniel. Who's next? Todd.
Thank you, Daniel. That was a wonderful talk. And I wanted to juxtapose what you're saying to Samuel Loncar's talk earlier. You mentioned him, and I think there are some interesting interconnections that I'd be curious to hear a little bit of your initial thoughts on. And one of the things that occurred to me as you were going through and discussing Collins' sort of history of sociality and its development in the 1830s is that that's essentially kind of the same time that Loncar identified as sort of the formalization of the idea of science as a category, which I think is historically quite interesting to see how those things come together. And then taking your idea of the tragedy of the sociality and moving that forward to think, what would be a tragedy of science? Is there such a thing? Are we engaged, or has that been affecting some of what we're seeing in the world today? So this is just kind of a random juxtaposition. I'm not sure there's any way that you can bring those together or do that, but I thought that would be perhaps a profound way to think through some of the things that have been coming up throughout this discussion.
Magnificent. So there's a few things with that. So precisely at the moment, so this is how I like to think of it. Precisely at the moment when we sort of realize the need for the social and sociology and thinking difference in the real and learning these capacities was precisely the moment where we went, well, this is hard. Let's systemize it and get away from it. Let's reduce difference to the commodity form. Let's have one field of knowledge be a little higher than all the rest, because actually then we have to think all of them. And let's do specialization, because then otherwise it gets really tricky and very difficult, right? And we have to come to terms with there being some sort of interconnectedness of difference that all matters. That automatically means I have to figure out how to deal with the man on the side of the road, as Illich talks about, and I have no idea how to do that. And I like thinking I'm important and stuff, right? So one of the things that Illich was, that Loncar was brilliantly emphasizing, I think this is very true, is that what we actually see in the history of thought, and Firebend against method is huge on this. He's like, you don't see scientists independent of philosophy. They're all like mixed in with everything, actually. And also there's another book that came out, I forget his name, talking about comparing Kuhn and Popper falsification and the notion of a kind of paradigm that gets saturated. And he says, you know, if you actually go through history, like let's take the experiment with the proving relativity with the telescope. He said, actually, the guy who went and did that kind of wanted Einstein to be right. And the picture that came showing the light bend wasn't very good, but he had some political sway to convince everyone that, no, this picture is good. And the one in South, I think it was Africa, was not good. That seemed to show Newton was right. He's like, nah, this one. So you can't say it was just like an objective process, but it had it had political sway as well. So he's trying to bring together Kuhn and Popper. But here's the key. He says, but the iron rule of science is that to make a move on the board, it has to be empirically verified. It has to be based, you have to then do it again. Like, yeah, the guy kind of fudged the experiment at the beginning, but we've done 1 million experiments since to show that Einstein is more right than not. But then, of course, this is where I think we get into Marx and different things. What is the whole string theory thing now showing us is people get trained into a way of thinking about reality where if it's all based on observation, we kind of decide what we see. And so then we decide who even gets an opportunity to be the move on the board, right? So here's the problem. If you do not bind all fields together in the way that Loncar is saying, there's this level of the eyes through which you see that will tend to be monopolized by a certain form of logic that will probably lead to very vast problems and pathologies that develop. And actually, if you take seriously that science advances together with philosophy, then what you want to do is put the fields together as much as you can. Oh, wait, we haven't had an education system to do that. Oh, dang it. Well, this is why things like Theory Underground are a huge deal. Hopefully, when I talk about the social coordination mechanism, for me, that is the realization a lot of what Loncar is saying. That is the realization of the possibility of the social that doesn't give into the temptation of the system. Because I think basically there are things like the introduction problem that this deals with. Most network effects have been geographically bound. There's a lot of things. So Loncar is awesome, and I really liked his talk. And anyway.
For real. And really quick, I don't want to cut you off here. If you have another half hour, we might keep you for that long. But I've got Sean, I've got Benjamin, potentially.
I love you.
Michelle. Who knows? We've got people from the virtual side who might have questions. I'm about to go with Anne and Nance into the other room. And for the remaining half hour of TUCON, this room is going to record a sort of hybrid panel where you can dialogue with Mikey and Daniel and potentially Helen and Wukos and everyone else who's on that side. There's going to be a not live, but recorded and will be published later thing I'm doing with Anne and Nance. Just come and have a conversation with us. And everyone kind of just gets the mic to say a few things. And it's basically, you've heard so much from us. We're just going to basically listen to you. You can say your 2 cents. It can be a message to your future self It could be everything you hated or everything you loved. It doesn't matter. It's like an open mic in there. And so this is going to be more like, this is like, in here is like a grand finale. And the way I'll tie it back into how I opened up this morning is just to say, this is all about like feeling the room, seeing what's going on, and not ruining a good thing that's working in the moment for some prefigured plan. And my prefigured plan was, we're going to do something experimental. Who knows? One will be off the record, the other will be on. Well, guess what? The panel and this sort of hybrid thing is the thing that will be going on in this room. All I'm going to ask of you guys is to know, when this is red, it's muted, it's not working. You don't want it working when they're talking, because then it creates a crazy echo. You tap the button on the top, untap. There you go. Yeah, so you tap it to talk, tap it to mute, and we'll start out. So we'll start out with Anne before she comes in.
Yeah, I'm going to be heading into the other room, but I just want to say thank you to Helen and to Daniel. I struggle to formulate questions. I'm just taking notes and thinking so much. And I did write in my note to Dave, I wrote, Helen is so cool and well-spoken. And the same goes to you, Daniel. So thank you so much just for being here and for sharing your knowledge and all your thoughts. Thank you to Wukas and Will especially, and Ian for like being present on this Zoom side for so long for this conference. Like we've really felt you here. Michelle, it's great to see you. Mike, it's great to see you. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And we will be headed off to the other room.
Take it away, Sean.
Thank you, Anne.
Thank you. You all have fun with that, Mike.
Cool. I just have to, I'm trying to get in the frame a little bit. There we go. I just have to underscore again something you said, and something that you kind of repeated is that brilliant quote to me. It's a logic of relation which keeps us from relating. And that, again, that like what we're doing at TU to me is beginning to relate, because we're reclaiming terms here. We're redefining terms for ourselves that have been like, I believe, like appropriated from us, you know? And I just like, I want to repeat that again. It's like, I think that's what fighting for terms, taking terms back for our own uses, like terms like freedom that have been just deprived of all relevant meaning to our lives. Things like this. So yeah, I think that's just I just want to underline that yet again. So
no, I think it's a brilliant. I would just jump in and say, like, if we take Hegel seriously, that everything is kind of passing over into otherness, then the ability to actually know that there's a certain point where freedom becomes tyranny, right? There's a point where justice becomes tyranny, and able to hold it live, like that requires a social infrastructure by which we can keep it live, right? And to keep it kind of working and moving and thinking through and following it like a surfer or different things. So I think that's very, very important. I think also like, well, I mean, the other thing too that we can do now, I mean, like Mikey talking with Nick Land or working to bring ZZAC together. Can one imagine the university systems doing something like that? Can we even imagine that? And yet doing that is the kind of coordination that is absolutely necessary from some sort of human reclaiming of this work and those terms. Otherwise, those terms are going to be conservatively owned, or I mean, now the Democrats are trying to take back the work freedom in about 4 years, then the conservatives will, and we'll just go back and forth, and it'll be grand, and everyone will be angry, and yeah. So, you know, if we want to stop that, then this kind of work, I just think is a big deal. The failure to reclaim in that sense, re-territorize, I suppose, is actually then kind of giving over to multipolar traps and game theory dynamics that lead to self-effacement of the stuff Land is talking about. So I appreciated the comment.
I want to follow up on this point about science and society. And I kind of want to push on the Collins, right? Because Comte is the founder of social science, but he's not the originator of the concept of society, which goes back to Rousseau, right? What Comte does is he scientizes society.
Yeah.
And he does this because in the French Revolution, democracy, concepts of representation were not able to realize this principle of society in political form. It turned out that actually society was much more divided and acrimonious than the Rousseauians believed. And so when they tried to execute that principle politically, they just got into a bunch of fights with each other. So Comte goes, okay, let's replace this with some kind of science. And then science will determine what society means. So as I was listening, I was also thinking about Tocqueville, who had more of your kind of response, right? Tocqueville made the case that what had gone wrong is that the French had eaten the mediators and they needed to replace or replicate those mediators. So in Ancient Regime and the Revolution, he does his account of France. And then in Democracy in America, he does his account of how maybe the Americans have found a way to reinscribe society in the first part. And in the second part, he criticizes it and goes, well, actually, maybe that won't work at all. Maybe that will all come apart. So in listening to your account, which I very much liked, there's so much I liked about it. I thought about Rousseau and Tocqueville as the two figures that perhaps might have some relevance that didn't come in. And I thought, where might they fit for you? Do they fit for you? Where would you put them?
No, brilliant. And it should be noted that Collins, he sees Comte as having this dream of dealing with the problem of society by rational education. And it's like Randall Collins is like, yeah, we have to give that one up. That's not going to work. And unfortunately, Randall Collins is not a major thinker in sociological departments around the country, as far as I know. A lot of who I would consider the tragic sociologists are not, because there's still this myth of basically the rational education that just now looks like hunting down oppression and Gibbons and getting rid of it, right? So no, you're exactly right. Even though there's, like you say, he's birthing the science, he's actually not going in the directions that people like Randall Collins. And then, of course, Mr. Collins wrote the sociological account of intellectual change, really kind of in, I guess, 95 or whatever, talking about network effects. And he's like, we really have to look at the Bloomsbury group and all of these people meeting and the question of how does that occur? Because really, society is not so much systematic as it is guys got together drinking at a bar. Okay, so that made the world. So I think that point is exactly right. Tocqueville, I really think he's very important. Sheldon Wolin, who's a great scholar, will talk about in Tocqueville, there's this idea of democracy as an event. It happens, but then it fades, right? It's happened, but then it's been eaten, right? And there's a tragedy to Tocqueville. One of the examples that I think is actually spot on to this idea of the need of new modes of consciousness is, when Tocqueville in Democracy in America is going around, he sees this possibility of democracy, but it's not merely, it's hard to use that word now because now that just means voting, you voted, but he's talking about a culture. It's basically a philosophical culture. He's like, you'd be amazed how the blacksmith is like freaking philosophical just as much as there's a lot of that going on. But here's the problem. He started to note that, people were starting to go, I'm the richest guy here. I don't have to listen to you, right? They started falling back on status, right? Also, he notes when the American encounters the aristocrat, like he talks about the American almost being embarrassed, before the rich, and so what ends up happening is there's this fading of the democratic spirit into, of course, status and occupation and money and family ties, right? And so Tocqueville, I think, from my reading of Democracy in America, I think Wolin talks about this. I think Tocqueville is absolutely kind of highlighting the philosophical kind of condition, if you will, in which democracy is possible, but it's really hard to keep precisely because people look for enclosures. They look for the father because when you're open and I have to justify my ideas and I don't know how, I get embarrassed and want to just say, shut up, I make more money than you. And this is where human beings fall. But we say we don't like capital. We don't like being defined by our job, but we love it when we can use it to win a debate, right? And that's what we have to overcome. But that requires spaces like this to work through that. So I loved your comment. I don't disagree with any of it. I think Tocqueville's really important. I think we really have to take seriously Sheldon Wolin and their thinking. It's like we can talk all day about, I meant to mention this. I think Dwayne, he had a talk of Cadell on psychoanalytical sociology. I definitely think you can't do this without some sort of sociological understanding, right? Because we get embarrassed and we don't like being wrong and we self-deceive ourselves. And when that guy is smarter than me, I tell him I make more money than him and then bankrupt him. So, we have to work against those things. So anyway, I love what you were saying there, Benjamin.
Anyone else want to go?
Hello, beautiful listener. I see you. Just kidding. I can't. But I have to interrupt this just really quick. to make my own advertisement, my very own, the one that says subscribing, liking, commenting. It actually makes a really big difference. So even if you're just on the free side, shout out to you. Thanks for doing it. Make sure to subscribe and all that. Especially people on the podcast, make sure to say something nice in the reviews. It actually really helps. And I need reviews on every platform, all right? Because I just hate to say it, it matters, you know? I try not to chase the almighty algorithm, but also I don't want to have all of this beautiful content go to waste. And so I'm trying to walk a fine line between quality and quantity. And I come out way heavier on the side of quality, as you can obviously see we do here. But come on, let's push that subscribe button, you know? Let's smash that like button, you know? Like teach the algorithm what you actually care about, all right? And then maybe it'll show it to other people. That's great. All right, let's get back to it.
So I don't know if Helen is still there.
I'm here. I've been listening in.
Great.
Hello.
Well, thank you. So, but also anyone could go on this too. But Helen, if you would want to weigh in on this, I'm wondering what the seeds of destruction are, either within the system or this, you know, transition passing from neoliberalism into something else. There's a few characteristics of it, like the system being held together by monetary infusions. And one narrative I've heard, you know, from economists is the debt of the United States is so large now that one of the plans might be to let the inflation take care of it, let that debt burden get inflated away. And we are seeing that, for instance, the petrodollar is becoming to be phased out. And these are all kind of glacial changes, you know. We see states buying long-term contracts from Saudi Arabia with their own currencies instead of being obligated to pay for that oil in US dollars, whereby Saudi Arabia will then invest that into US treasuries, which is the way things have worked for a while now. Now, you know, things might start to break down if certain things like this continue, but it's a really slow, agonizing kind of disintegration. Meanwhile, this, you know, if you want to separate the system that is feeding itself from the soil of life, you know, that is the people, the raw means, the culture, the family bonds, you know, that are every day just decaying. Are we looking at that soil getting depleted enough to where it ends up stopping this whole machine, just because it breaks down?
Yeah.
Or are there seeds within, you know, this cannibalistic system itself that are going to sow the seeds of its own destruction in, you know, your traditional Marxist terms? What do you think?
I mean, one thing I've been thinking about loads is this question of children, right? People, obviously, capitalism has created a situation where people can't afford to have children. I was at a conference last year where a lady who is quite a well-known professor was saying, this often happens in like university discourse. You get like, there's like a really solid understanding of the philosophy and like a really great analysis. And at the last second, it's like reformulated back into the logic of capitalism. So you have to sort of like listen to the first, but not the second bit, because there was an analysis of capitalism and climate and all this kind of stuff. And then of course, then the solution is people should just stop having children. People should stop being greedy and narcissistic and stop having children. And I was like, well, capitalism's already done this. And like, obviously this is one of the major like issues is we're having, and it's funny the way this is being dealt with in terms of the culture, where on the one hand, it's like, you know, as this lady pointed out, like we shouldn't have children because the fewer people on the planet, the more the planet will survive because humans pollute. But then on the other hand, there's this massive crisis of like, you know, you look at so many countries where like Korea, the birth rate is like 0.7 children per whatever, like what effect is this going to have on us as old people, are we never going to be able to retire? You know, obviously what happens is capitalism doesn't pay its workers, and it's difficult even to call workers anymore, because it's like we're being exploited every second, every time we're on social media, blah, blah, blah. We've talked about this already, but it's like we don't have enough money to replicate, to create more workers and consumers. And obviously in the short term, immigration is one way to deal with this, but obviously there's like a finite pool, all this kind of stuff. So there are all these, you know, these contradictions are there, like all down, all the way down. Like, for instance, when you think about the way, I mean, I just see this so much in the film industry. I'm not like a very knowledgeable person about like global economics, but it's just doing the work that I do, this is what I see. You know, you have these corporations being bailed out by us, the workers, having their money extracted from them, and, you know, all of the local governments in the UK going bankrupt, all of them. So it's like, there are these long-term things like you were talking about on this wider sort of like global scales. I'm not knowledgeable enough to comment on them, but I do see in capitalism, like all of these contradictions so close to the wire all the time. And I do see how when a solution is posited, or not a solution, when a potential upswing is posited, the market capitalizes upon it. So I do tragically, you know, it's like Mao on a t-shirt, right? Like I very much would love for there to be communism, but capitalism has done a really good job of promising communism. And even the way that I see like all my fellow surplus produced intellectuals, it's like, for the promise of communism, we work, we generate content, analyzing when, you know, we do Marxist content online, and this is just capitalized from us because of this promise of capitalism, of communism. And, you know, many people have said like communism is the dream of capitalism, in that, like, of course, you talk to the most like reactionary right-wing Christian conservative in America, and their delineation of like what heaven looks like is sort of like, you know, communism. Everybody gets what they need, you know. So it's really difficult. I mean, like, I sort of see in Hegelian terms the utopian logic being the bad infinity logic, and the bad infinity logic is the logic of capitalism. So anything can be the promise. Capitalism has a very amazing way of finding new ways to continue and to repress the contradiction even further. I honestly don't know where things are going to go. I don't see how, for instance, this bailout economics is going to work. Is it just, yeah, is it a slowly managed decline? As you say, it's very glacial. And there's stuff that you know, this stuff has been going on for like, and as I say, like 2008 was a symptom of stuff that was already happening. And we have just had one constant bailout economy since then. And the thing is, the issue for me is not like, it's that we're using what could be a more socialistic means of redistribution. It shows that some form of like of redistribution is possible, but it's just maintaining the system because we just can't imagine anything outside of it. And it's interesting, like there's a really good guy. I mean, I don't think he calls himself a Marxist, but he's a former city trader, and he's got a really good way of articulating the contradictions in financial capital. He's called Gary Stevenson. He goes by Gary's Economics Online. And he used to be a banker, but he came from a working class background. And he basically was really successful because all of his colleagues who are from wealthier backgrounds were betting on an economic recovery. He was betting against it because he could see the lives of his friends and family living in working class areas getting worse and worse and worse. And the way he articulated COVID, which I think some people thought was like, well, this is a great, you know, the state stepping in and redistributing, but it was all redistribution upwards, then trickle downwards. And basically this resulted in wealthy people having more money and the inflation of asset prices. I mean, he does a really good job of articulating this. I don't know. I mean, the thing is, for me, what I kind of see is, look how bad it was in the Victorian period. When I think about London in the Victorian period, that level of poverty, people living in boarding houses, shared homes, you know, all of these things that we got in the 20th century, are they going to go? And I see something that's difficult is like when you don't even have the status of having a share in the profit because of through your labor that's recognized as labor. How do we do anything about it? Does it get so bad that something has to change? Are all these managed declines, like ways to manage the decline, like tricks in the short term? I honestly don't know. But I also sort of think that, like, politically, we always have the present moment. That present moment is dialectic and divided, and like maybe like the now is all we have to think on and reflect on. That's what we have. That's what's solid. But I don't know, and there's probably people who know are much more well versed in economics, because I honestly have no idea where things are going to go. But it is interesting to see what's happened in the last 10 years, and it's quite shocking when you actually kind of reflect on it. But it is true that, you know, that things like the national debt and like those are all interesting things. But yeah, I don't know.
I'm going to have to pop off because I've got a flight to catch imminently. But before I pop off, in listening to Helen, and as I was in the bathroom, I could still hear Helen through the wall. Yeah. So I'm listening to Helen, and the flows, the libidinal flows are happening. And I'm thinking, back to the Mikey quote and Deleuze and Lyotard and the 70s and the kind of rational kernel in all of that, as much as I completely reject the destroy shit, because it's very stupid. The rational kernel to it is that in the 70s, the growth slowed down. And there was a chunk of people on the left who recognized we're not going to get to the post-work world if there's no growth.
Yeah.
We can't make major investments in transforming the world if there's no growth. There is a function and a role that capitalism has to play. And if your goal is something post-work, then the getting stuck and the loss of the growth is a huge existential problem for the whole project. And so I think there was a chunk of Marxists who became post-Marxists who adopted the view that the problem was that capitalism had become stuck and that the point was to unstick it. And that's why they embraced neoliberalism. And they came up with various rationalizations for it. But I think that's really what it was. It was for them about re-unlocking 19th century capitalism for the purposes of regenerating the growth that they felt had been drowned in the statism of the post-war era. And so I think really that's what they were on about. And all this other stuff, it was kind of their bullshit way of rationalizing it. But really they were reacting to the 70s and the horrific, traumatic disappointment of that decade.
Yeah, interesting.
I am familiar with Gary Stevenson, by the way. Thank you.
Yeah, he's quite good. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Not to be, I don't know if this is recorded, but he's very self-confident in a way that I find maybe as a British person a bit off-putting. It's a bit kind of like, whoa. But he is correct in many ways on lots of, issues. So maybe he has I don't want to, well, should I say he's quite arrogant, but yeah, he's very good.
Yeah, I haven't read his book either, but it's a great insider perspective.
Definitely.
No, I just wanted to jump in and say that was wonderful, Helen. And also, Studebaker, that flight is lucky to have you. And it's amazing that you are sitting there live in person, which is all a testament to why there is reason to have hope in new possibilities of social coordination. And yeah, no, it's a huge question. I mean, I was reading an economist, the stagnation, Keynes talks about that, obviously Tyler Cohn. And I do think there is something about capitalism that moves away from growth. And once you get, there's kind of an assumption that capitalism is non-zero sum, meaning that everyone rises together. But actually, though in the same way there might be bursts of democracy, as Wolin was saying, and then we retract because we don't have lack. In the way you were describing, Helen, there seems to be a slippage of capitalism into zero-sumness, which is then not everyone wins. And it has something to do, the key assumption, in my opinion, to neoliberalism is that profit and wages rise together. If there are increases of profit, there will also be increases of wages. And that does not turn out to be the case, actually. You obviously have the iron law of wages and so on and so forth. And what I was listening to with Remsen, it might speak to your work, Studebaker, on capital flows, is changing the mechanism of the way that money moves through the system. And actually, one of the things he kind of stresses is that money today is literally created and destroyed. Like when debts are paid off, the money is destroyed. It's not backed by anything. Money is credit. Money is debt. And which is pretty radical, but of course you can't really have people know that because then it loses its authority. But literally central banks destroy money once it is paid back. And that's one of the ways that they maintain it. So it's based on credit. And the idea of, well, could you change the credit flows rather than having it go through the banks? Actually, one of the things he was proposing is that the ticket is changing the way that the blood flows through the system. Right now, it almost creates heart attacks because it kind of gets stuck, right? So basically, without going into any details on the argument, because I'm a terrible human being, is the idea is that instead of doing, if you do like UBI right now and you maintain the banking system, that's actually going to make things a lot worse potentially because you haven't changed the flow of capital. You have to do UBI directly to people. So you remove banks and have money actually flow through individuals versus banks. So you don't have a flow of capital. So you remove the flowing of capital and instead you just deposit. And he's like, we do have the technology to do that now. And you have a certain, now again, I can think of a million counters the economists would say to that. And I think one would have to go into that. But the reason why he's saying that is because then you maintain price coordination, resource coordination, but you change the flow of capital and you put it directly into people because that flow of capital seems to be one of the reasons why some of the stuff, the energy, if you will, of the system gets stuck up. So you use UBI to change everyone into individual banks as opposed to use UBI, well, then the banks are God almost, right? Because then, they control the universal basic income and the flow of it. So it was an interesting argument to really get at that. But one of the reasons people don't think you can do that is because they don't know how money comes into existence. They think it is backed by a certain amount, that it has to flow so it's verified according to a double ledger system and so on and so forth. Nah, it's created and destroyed. It's all loans at this point. So why not simply just put it directly into people in a more decentralized finance, which I think is interesting because it's a little different from forms of Web 3.0 you hear. But I need to, Ramsey, R-A-M-E-Z, I believe is the work that he would do. That may not be correct. I know we've spoken to Jim Rutt before. And I've also like some of the work on people talking about capital flows. But anyway.
As long as you don't miss your flight.
Yeah. Well, yeah. On that point, I am going to have to go really soon. Yeah. On that point, I think, some of what Helen has been saying, and I say in the book about, the need to tax mobile capital is this need to re-empower the physical, which is the part of the state that we can see and that we comprehend, as against the monetary state. Right. And the talk about the Federal Reserve, there's a misrecognition by right libertarians who have all sorts of gonzo conspiracy theories about the Federal Reserve because they don't understand it. But there is an issue here, which is that a lot of our economic policy is handled by monetary technocrats in an opaque system that people don't understand, that they can't interface with, and therefore can't make decisions about. And this system constantly tells people, you can't understand this, you can't politicize this stuff, it's not stuff that you can follow, and that's why you have to leave it to us. And a big part of how the crisis of the 70s was in practice managed was with this pivot from the physical state, the state that you can interface with, to this monetary state, this state that is technocratized, that is invisible, and very, very hard to grapple with, and therefore leads people into confusion and conspiracy theories and all kinds of weird, bizarre gobbledygook. Like the theories of money that people have on the internet now are incredibly stupid, most of them. The stupid gold theories and the stupid BRICS currency theories. There's a lot of really, really dumb currency theory on the internet, but it comes out of this confusion that is from the monetary pivot, and that comes out of the way in which the rich people responded to the 70s, which is the state, have failed to manage this crisis, and therefore you have to depoliticize the economy and put it in the hands of people we trust. And if you don't, then there will be runs on your bonds and on your currencies.
Benjamin, I just got to say that I love this. You talking about you got to make your flight makes me think of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. I just love the idea of Hunter S. Thompson screeching up to the place you're at, and you jumping in the convertible and him burning across Boise to get you to the airport.
He's like, that's literally what I'm about to do, actually.
I'm going to go see what's going on and see if I can get a ride somewhere.
Benjamin's on the street.
Yeah, but
Just tell them if you're late, it was our fault. It's just like these guys, they wouldn't,
yeah, the TSA, I'm sure they'll go for that.
They'll be like, oh, we got a private jet for you. Don't worry about it. Studebaker, it's been a
Tom,
treat.
you got lost in backcountry.
I was in the sticks. Bye, Mr. Studebaker. Yeah, I found the guy, Remzi, but he calls it flow currency. Again, it's an interesting conversation. I need to read his book and do a lot more on it, but I appreciate that focus on the movement of money itself and changing that mechanism. I found that quite interesting. But Mikey, what are you thinking about with the? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to jump in.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's all stuff that I know very little about, but it has been interesting just to follow Ben's point about seeing some friends get really caught up in, and it's understandable because obviously there's so few opportunities for people to make money, but and some people I know have done quite well out of making good crypto bets, but obviously it's all at the expense of people who haven't made money. And some of the stories that I heard in terms of the justification mechanisms for putting money into certain coins was insane. And but I guess it's all insane, really. I don't know.
So why not make money off of it if it's all crazy?
It's all crazy.
Let's go. No, it's funny. Michelle Bowens does lovely work on Web 3.0, not as a way to speculatively make money, but to coordinate resources in a decentralized way that is not beholden to central banks, that can really help. Another way my friend has put it is if you're an American and you have credit cards, the idea of going from credit to crypto is kind of silly. But if you're in a country that doesn't even have working ATMs, it's easier. He said it's easier to go from bad to excellent than it is to go from good to excellent, because the good becomes very, very entrenched. And he was simply saying, especially in corrupt worlds, some of these new digital currencies can be very, very useful. But of course, they assume the current flow of money as it is, right? It doesn't change that necessarily. I know Anthony Morley on Intrinsic Research Co. has talked about ways, he's kind of framed it, is what if you could invest in Aristotle before he was Aristotle, for example, before people knew about it, but there was a way to socially invest resources in places that you think would be valuable, trying to bring together economic coordination with social coordination. Because basically right now you wouldn't invest in Aristotle until they're Aristotle, right? But what if there was a way to actually coordinate according to digital assessment mechanisms? Like you say, I think Theory Underground is going to change the world according to social coordination. So I'd like to invest in it. Because you do want to have investment as going, I believe in this and I'm going to commit to it. But the problem is, in current flows of capital, investment and speculation get tied together. And now you have the guy out of Yale, I think Yale, who says basically it's now story markets. You're selling stories, not actually good. What's the next big thing? GameStop, which maybe I'm just bitter I didn't have GameStop. That's why I'm making the example. But it's kind of a story economics kind of thing.
But it is interesting just in terms of risk, and obviously so the story goes that the capitalist takes the risk, and that's what the investment, you make big on the risk, and you had the balls to make the risk and all this kind of stuff. But of course, this new model of state-sponsored trickle-down economics is completely risk-free. It's a complete guarantee. My dad calls it the self-licking lollipop. You have a film made by a studio that owns the means of production, getting all the money. They get, so you see these movies that get made, and the justification mechanism often, because there's a pittance of state financing that goes to I don't know what the term, indigenous filmmakers, as in people living in the country who are spreading their legs for the corporations basically and taking their money. And you get a pittance that is often doled out according to the ideological flaw, does this film express the morals that we happen to be using to justify this mode of production, all this kind of stuff. But what happens is the government funds it, but often one of the reasons, if you sort of raise your head about the parapet and sort of make a political question about these decisions, it'll be this, oh, but of course it's just a market, it's free market, it's meritocracy, all this kind of stuff. You have to have a sale in advance to get the funding, whatever. But of course, it's all the means of production on every level are controlled by the same corporation. So the corporation can get money from the state to make the film, then it's bought by another corporation that's actually owned by a bigger corporation at a massive loss, and then it doesn't make the money. But this is not a risk reward kind of thing. And at the same time, in terms of the way that obviously film is an art form that requires a lot of money, so it's caught up in capitalism in a sort of interesting way, as opposed to some more material paintings, and how obviously that's more of a kind of money laundering in a different way. But the risk aversion is completely gone. So art used to be, as at its best, who knows if it ever was, is a place where risk and experimentation can occur. But of course, when it's to do with these kinds of non-risk capital, as in we've kind of got to a point where capital has settled in the hands of people who were able to get money at a certain point. So for instance, the tech billionaires 20, 30 years ago, now the level of sort of escape velocity on that amount of finance is unovercomable. And there is no novelty, there is no risk, there is no forward progress. It's literally the most conservative, in the sort of worst sense of the word, sclerotic, unchanging, sinking ship. And you have, for instance, when films are packaged and stuff, and they're all sold within the same network, but you have, these things in place. It's these sort of markers to. And I know somebody who ran a studio in the 70s, and he eventually had to stop because he actually made some brilliant artistic works and just threw money at stuff because because of the contingency, some brilliant things came along. You have to have space for miracles, and we have no space for miracles at the moment. But you have this stuff. It's it's all guaranteed. It's this ideological narrative being put forward that is no fundamental. This is all unconscious, really. There's no fundamental challenge to the particularist logic of capital. This is guaranteed to function a certain way. We have a director who has already got an Emmy or an Oscar or whatever. And you have the same, if you go onto Netflix and you watch documentaries, it's the same 10 people making the same documentary over and over and over again. So we're in this situation where there's no risk at all, but capitalism sort of has this investment, risk, move fast and break things. This is all, to the fortune favors the brave kind of thing. It's absolute bollocks. There's no novelty here. There's no risk at all.
Well, not to jump in, but I think it is far more rational to be seen as taking risk versus actually take risk, right? I mean, this is where economics needs the psychoanalytical subject, just like Mikey was talking about the panel. I mean, basically the way I think about it is that the assumption of, let me just say, neoliberalism or libertarian capitalism or so on and so forth, is that autonomous, what is rational for you to do is always tied to self-regulation. So it's the idea that if I want to make money, I have to regulate my behavior so the customer wants to buy from me, right? And likewise, that's always going to require a risk because I don't necessarily know what the customer likes, and what I like the customer might not, right? So there's a certain risk because I'm throwing myself into a field where I don't know what is going to occur. So basically, the idea is that what is rational and what requires risk and self-regulation are all tied together. But here's the problem. You know what's really rational? To get out of having to self-regulate by becoming invincible. Because if you're invincible, then you don't have to self-regulate, and you don't have to. The very rationality that is the driver of markets actually leads it, in a Hegelian contradiction, if I will, to move out of the place where that rationality has to be bound by self-regulation, right? Obviously Marx talks about the movement to the monopoly form, but that's where I'll critique autonomous rationality. Rationality does not, if rationality can, a lot of libertarians will say, oh, it's crony capitalism because it's in bed with the government, right? If it wasn't in bed with the government, capitalism would work. Well, obviously, there's Carl Planier on the Great Transformation to say, well, the moment you're doing international trade, you have to have law. And if you have to have law and trade agreements, well, now there's a state. But in addition to that, capitalism, the very logic of capitalism would have it be in bed with the government so that it becomes too big to fail. It's not that the government got involved and ruined capitalism. That is a rational thing to do if you can do it. You say, well, then get rid of K Street, get rid of government, different things, and so on and so forth. It's like, well, now you have a really big police state to make sure that doesn't occur, and the market has every incentive to figure out how to get around that. So the very rationality of the market that is tying together profit and benefiting non-zero sumness, if you will, actually has incentive to get away from the risk and self-regulation, because that's the most rational thing in the world to do, right?
But do you not think that that ends up in the master-slave dialectic, where you protect yourselves to such an extent that you then become unable to, there's no space for the numerical, for the novelty, and you actually collapse under the weight of the fact that you have no,
no, that's 100% what occurred. And, so if we take Dietrich McCloskey, who, for me, I really like, and she's saying, what caused the great enrichment? Which is, the 18th, where the average person played just like this explosion of wealth, right? Where did it come from, right? Now, she argues, which I really like, is that ultimately it's basically guys doing what we're doing. Rhetoric is what she calls it. Philosophical discussion, network effects, that then it's not that people had, it's like ideas are primary in her thinking. That gives rise to capitalism. So capitalism, when it's at its best, if you will, is this creative. She kind of hates the word capitalism. She's like, I love to get rid of it because it's not really capital that drives the market. It's creativity. It's this fundamental human element. So she's like, it's this explosion of the creative element. The problem is you have this explosion that then creates all this wealth that then gets captured by people who aren't creative, that then capitalism in its success creates the conditions of its destruction. It creates stagnancy is where it naturally leads, because once you're creative, you then fall into psychoanalytical temptations to avoid that creativity and risk in the real, and you get the professional managerial class, but then everyone is stuck in this non-creative logic. So capitalism is most non-zero when it is incredibly creative, but that very creativity then creates the conditions that move it into a Kafka novel, because you get the wealth to then block off the other. So that's exactly what occurs. And that's, to me, the way I would put it is that capitalism conflates production and creativity when they are not the same. They're not at all. And that's exactly what happens.
I was just thinking, you mentioned Brazil earlier. I just think what's brilliant about it is it's like the guy is the Al Pacino character is was it Robert De Niro? I was getting so confused.
Yeah. He disappears in the papers.
But is an outlaw precisely because he solves problems, actual problems, and the stupid fucking what do they call it? Yeah, the corporation is there to create problems to solve in the stagnant way, and it's precisely he's a threat because he actually does something and it creatively solves problems.
100%.
Daniel, the thing that I'm thinking about, this connection between production and creativity, I think it's something we got to think more about. And I will say, like, this is where I want to, almost in Landian fashion, give the devil its due, which is to say, look, we know throughout human history, there's been technological development, but something happens when M prime becomes the dominant motor and structure of our world. And so, of course, humans were always being creative and they were finding ways to make things technologically, but we don't see the technological dynamism before capitalism that was ushered in by capital. And so I think part of it is, it really goes back to this basic mechanism that, whether we talk about it in Marxist terms or whether we talk about it in Austrian terms, is the very structure of capitalist markets requires technological innovation for the capitalists to outcompete one another. And I think this, I don't know, you call it, I like calling it the push of necessity. Some people just don't do things unless they absolutely have to. Of course, there's things we love to do, but like stuff that we don't want to do, we don't do it until it's absolutely necessary to do it. And this structural necessity that is baked into market competition of technological innovation, I do think that has this huge role to play in the technological dynamism that we all are living through. Thing is, right, like, Land is right, I think, when he says, yeah, but what is this technological dynamism geared toward? Is it human happiness? No. In the long run, I think he's right. It's the structure of it is the autonomization of the means of production, which for him just means the becoming self-sufficient of technology in the form of the singularity of superintelligence. And so when that's the structural trajectory, like I get Zizek's critique of Land's accelerationism, because Zizek says it's too optimistic, it has too clear of a image of the future. But I don't know. I think, and I say this as a Lacanian Zizekian, I think the important thing for us in Land is to actually take that vision seriously. And for me, I call it the Sarah Connor interpolation. What I mean is, I think it's important for us to be interpolated to get our sense of duty from this vision of the post-human future brought on by the techno-capital singularity. Look, this super intelligence, it's not that it's literally going to be evil or Lovecraftian, but it's certainly not going to care about any of us. And it's a kind of universal lack we can all unite around. It's not going to care if we're Christians or atheists or Muslims or Buddhists. It's not going to care about our ethnicity. It's not going to care about us as humans as such. And the Sarah Connor interpolation is basically being interpolated by this vision of a future where we are all wiped out and going, okay, if we're going to fight the war against this level of technology, we have to fight it now. Like, this is, to me, what Lemurian time war boils down, is like fighting a war that isn't actually happening yet. But, you know, this fight for time energy is, to me, a fight for the human future and a fight for humanity itself. And so, I mean, for me, time energy and humanity are synonyms. And so to fight this war for the human now is to fight the war of the future. So that's kind of how I'm thinking about it. Yeah.
I hate to interject. I've actually been sitting here trying to avoid an opportunity to do so for a while. I will say, I think we're probably going to have to pack it in. Oh, I think we're about 19 minutes over time. And Dave suggested I just we start packing stuff in and let you folks go. Because this has been a really phenomenal conversation. And this has been, I'm really grateful that I got to close this out, hearing you folks have this discourse. So
thanks for letting us go.
Well, thank you for letting us. Yeah, Studebakers on a motorcycle.
Yeah. with Hunter S. Thompson. Yeah.
Well, everything Mikey said is 100% spot on, and it's so important. I think it is about tilling the soil now to decide if the human and time energy will grow, because capital, like if we follow Planier, thought unembodies from a particular logic into capital, which is not bound to a particularity. And so the logic of autonomous capital is a certain automatic that operates on its own for its own internal consistency, regardless of the human, even if it needs the human to exist, right? Which in a way is the movement of thought if you don't force upon it a dialectic. Thought wants to be entire and deny the dialectical structure that it is fundamentally, right? It wants to pretend like a cat is a cat, not a incomplete signifier that is always working, right? Basically, to me, what Nick Land means is that we as human beings have to create a social dialectic alongside that atomic operation to actually move things as they are if we take that Hegelian structure. But that's why, to me, the answer is not to say let's get rid of pricing, or because the issue is it's the coordination problem of von Mises hike with the pricing is that's all there. If you get rid of it, good luck. But can we introduce next to it a social coordination in the name of human time, energy, and human to dialectically work of it so we can determine the ends of it according to, say, the beautiful or the Platonic Marxists? And I think that's the kind of work being done here. But now we're 20 minutes. I just love everything Mikey and Helen have been saying is magical.
Awesome. Thank you both so much.
But before we go, I just wanted to see if Łukasz or Will or Ian had anything they wanted to add to this conversation.
Do we want to sing our favorite 70s rock music? What can we do? I like the Rain Song by Led Zeppelin. I can listen to that in the garage any day.
I do like Led Zeppelin a lot myself.
When the levees break.
Oh no, going to California with an eggie in my.
I do feel that that is the perfect place to end. Again, thank all of you so much. I'm gonna make an executive decision and pull the plug on this so we can start loading stuff out.
Bye,
But,
everyone.
everybody.
Yeah. TUCON. I'll see you all at TUCON too. So
Boom. TUCON.
Thank you for this conference.
You're awesome. You're beautiful.
Thanks, everybody.
Examples of hopes and dreams. The future
Bye,
is not
folks.
lost. Best to everyone.
See you.
Later.
We cannot do direct revolution.
All right, everybody, welcome to the closeout panel for TUCON 2024. I'm here with Nance and Anne. 3/4 of the cluck are present. Mikey's in the other room doing something hybrid over Zoom with Daniel Garner and everyone else. And what we wanted to do is kind of just do a sort of open mic thing and let people come in and say whatever they want and close. We're more of a reception committee than anything else. And so with all that said, anything either of you want to say kind of for the record before we actually just kind of open it up here? Because Cesar's ready to go once we're...
I would just like to say that like this has been freaking awesome, and also I think just the start of like what is to come. Like before we started recording, I was saying I think we need like a post TUCON EMSTU where we just, after we've all had, you know, a couple months to listen to each other's presentations, just a big long EMSTU day, if we can make it happen, of people whose talks were so related and bring them together, and bringing people on one-on-one to flesh things out and like give everyone a chance to reflect, because I'm sitting here going, gosh, I wish I got to talk to this person more and this person more and this person more, and everyone's going to be leaving in the next couple hours. And I was saying like, I think we should all just buy a plot of land in Finland together and just all live on a little commune, and it's still not a cult, but I think we should do that. Because I think we've got people here with like really great ideas who are trying to think outside of left versus right, who are trying to think of the issues within all of our fields of science and philosophy and sociology. And it's like, not to say we could all change the world, but it's like I think the conversation that's going to come out of this Theory Underground milieu is going to be very important for thinking about new ways to have a future. And so I'm just like, as tired as I am, as like much as I feel like I have to do this week for my job, I'm like, I just want everyone to stay and let's just all talk for hours and hours more. So thank you, everyone.
Yeah, echoing Anne's sentiment, just not having had the time I would have liked to have had to discuss with everyone. I read a lot of the material that went into the presentations beforehand. I didn't read it all, but I was fairly well apprised of the material that was going to be presented on. But I guess in the presentation of it all, I was still stunned. I don't know. It's kismet. Like there are people coming to things from different angles, bringing their own unique, singular experience and journey and kind of method and their own theoretical framework. But nevertheless, threads are emerging. This question of the human, the theme of love or agape or however you want to call it, this kind of awareness that the institution has exhausted the human essence, the love, the whatever it is, in the people that are partaking and participating. And so they're coming to these extra institutional, extramural, outstitutions. And it's, it's stunning. And it's, I don't know, man. It's amazing. Like getting all people from all fucking different walks of life to come together, and celebrate, but also work. We're not doing this kind of bullshit instrumentalized thing that Helen was just talking about. Like we really are incorporating our own negativity. And I love it. And I just to toot some horns, all of this would not have happened were it not for Dave, were it not for Ann. The human beings behind all this stuff, it's definitely easy to get carried away in like the function of all this. But these are amazing people. These are stunning, spectacular people that I'm pleased to have a relationship with. And I will carry that with me. Even if we're all retards, even if we're all wrong about everything. Amazing people.
I don't know, like the praise is only as valuable as as you are retarded. Take it away, Cesar.
Well, I mean, so what I did was interview different people with the underground. And so I'm not going to be able to, wouldn't be able to get to everything in this short amount of time. So I kind of want to just ask y'all what you wanted to maybe talk about from these interviews. Because I had just generally 3 different kinds of categories of how people came into and the methods they use with theory, this idea of group dynamics and conflict and exclusion, and then kind of the thing of like what could a milieu be, what should it be for, what might the future hold for some of these people, what are their reservations about it. So past, present, or future, which one you want to take?
Well, mainly what I was hoping from you as kind of the person kicking off this sort of reflection thing is, well, we're going to assume anybody watching this has already watched your presentation, right? So everyone stop what you're doing, go do that. Otherwise, basically it's a longer form of what he just said, except it's got actual examples and anecdotes and it's the beginning of a research project, and it's something we'll follow up on later. For right now, I just want to ask you how, since that presentation, with what you've experienced on the record and off the record, in the venue and out on the town, back at the house or wherever, how does that, is there a parallax shift? Did it enrich anything? Do you have any insights or takeaways from any of that? I'm just curious to kind of hear you reflect on the last couple of days. And of course, it's not definitive, and there'll be plenty more to come later. This can be kind of just whatever. Yeah.
Well, for me, this stuff is not new necessarily, because I've already been involved in music, like DIY music. So this is kind of just second nature. But then it kind of makes me wonder, this is interesting to do it with, perhaps well, I don't know. I guess the music scene I was involved in Phoenix did feel diverse enough with people coming through from other places, but also even the people, Phoenix just culturally is too small for there to be like, multiple music scenes. So even people in the arts or like comedy or someone who wanted to do their freaky puppet show could all be involved. So that was already like lots of different kinds of people. But perhaps this is interesting because there is an element of something like rigorous work that, well, like with the music scene, it's more about the sociality of things and like something like a communal experience. And this is another kind of communal experience, but one where you have to use your brain a lot more. You have to like pay attention. You have to kind of be receptive and ready to be active when the moment calls. So perhaps it's a little bit more of like, you have to be ready to be a participant. You have to be ready to, I guess essentially, be a participant.
And I think you did a great job of that. Nan said something about that the other day. He was like, "You're doing really good, man." But you've been very present. You've been very attentive. You've had great questions. What was it like running the? What was it like being an MC? And what kind of feedback do you have for us for next time for the MCs?
What did it feel like? It's a trade-off where for me it was somewhat kind of great to just be focused in a single room and just have a single like theme to work with. But also I'm kind of the person who sometimes likes to be a bit in the background or like have like a objective to do something. So it's nice to like be ready to do that and feel helpful. And then maybe the trade-off part of it is that, okay, well, I can't go see maybe all the other presentations I want to see in person to like get the real-time effect of it, right? But that's just the nature of having a finite body that can only exist in one place out of a time. And then, I don't know, maybe I think we'll probably just need to like coordinate a lot sooner in terms of like technical equipment capabilities to see like how we can like get this hodgepodge of different people's stuff to like connect and like work with each other, things like that. But again, it was a lot of an experiment that was being done as well. So it was like, okay, we'll see. We'll see if this works.
I think on that note of all the tech, and you were running the tech, and you were well, there were two of our MCs that I was not worried about at all. I don't know if it's something in just kind of the way you and Kira approached it. Like it was just, I was not worried at all. Not to say that I was worried about the other MCs, because I wasn't. But I did find myself checking more and having to have more, I guess, problems to solve. And I think it went off spectacularly well. There was only one recording that I'm aware of that's totally fucked, and it's mine. So I can redo it. And we created 24 hours of talks, of presentations. Over
24 hours?
24 hours of presentations for people to go through, to mull over, to think about, to work with, in the space of, those 3-hour windows over the days. And that's amazing. There are maybe some rough edges. There's some pieces that the video we won't use the video, but the audio is good. I think everything that needed to happen happened. And yes, it's chaotic. Yes, it's it's punk rock, baby. But we're not doing that intentionally. We're doing that because we are genuinely excited about the talks, the presentations, the work that's being done here, and the medium, the internet, Zoom, the physical venue. We don't care if it might be slightly offensive to a certain type of person, because we really do want other people who are also committed to the work being done. So that works as a filter. It also works as a methodology. Dave was talking about this. Don't allow yourself to be blind to the shiny object. We want focus. We want to, have some rigor, but we don't want it to be completely sterile. We don't want it to just be reproducing the same old. But yeah, I guess to reiterate again, like you were a very large part of the tremendous success. And I don't know, it could get weird to like have someone say you did a good job, but you did a really good job. Yeah. You're hired. Yeah.
No money for now.
Is there a drug test?
Yeah. yeah.
I need to come back.
Yeah.
About the hard drugs. We don't care what else you do.
we only care if it makes you annoying. That's what I've realized. Hey, whatever it takes to not be annoying. If you have to do crack to not be annoying, get on it immediately. Yeah, that I could think of like that one person at this conference who, the one when we had to boot from the Zoom call. If he needs some crack,
something,
whatever he needs to put in his pipe and smoke. But that's just an example of, and going back to that, sort of, it's just like some people really don't kind of get that there's like this work in progress that involves a lot of people, that a lot of people have things to say, that a lot of people are writing down their thoughts and saving it for later, and they think that they're the only person in the room, and then they're like offended that they didn't get to say something. It's like, bro, like, I hope that what people take away from this is that the best way to be heard is in slow motion. The best way to be heard is via repetition. That means doing it in the right context will actually make it so people watch and rewatch you. Whereas if you're overstaying your welcome during a Q&A, people are just like, get out. But it's like, no, if you take your time and then figure out the right place, people will not just take note, they'll actually repeat it. And that goes for all of the presentations at TUCON. That all of these are something that we can and will watch and rewatch and be thinking with. And that was the idea with the Underground Theory volume as well. Anything that's in there is like, when we say it's canon, it doesn't mean everyone else has to read it. It just means the real heads do. But no, I mean, actually it means that we are committed to reading and rereading it. Like we are. And so it's like Theory Underground is me and the people that make me possible. And my conditions of possibility are on the sides of my two elbows here, and then Mikey. Like that's pretty much it. And then there's a lot of things that I do to make them happy, and there's a lot of things they do to make it so I don't go insane. And it's a weird sort of juggling match. But the idea of like opening up that conversation, like so many people want to talk to Mikey all the time, and they don't get to. Well, I've been working for years to make it so that finally some people got to ask him questions and get actual like long form voice messages from him on the Discord. So it's just like, yeah, people have a demand, but they're not gonna be able to get it from him via some traditional means. So then I have to do all the structuration to even make it happen or possible. You can go ahead and just, I want to give you a closing thought here, and then we'll sort of,
He's gonna go get interviewed.
Okay.
In the back room.
Sick.
Interrogated is another way to say that.
Yeah, so basically, John is in the other room interviewing people. I think that was way too fast to be over with Kier. God damn. He should talk to her for a whole half hour. It's fine. He did.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. All right. And the reason is because Kier is a young woman in and of the left. And it's very important for people to see, like as Michelle Gardner says, if you're a woman, don't feel intimidated, jump in there. And Kier very much jumped in here and has been like not just involved, but also the thing she said about how she actually appreciates that we're not a leftist org. Like to hear that from a person who is like trying to reconstitute the left is so important. Like the people who reconstitute it have to be down to rough it up with people who aren't just in the DSA or whatever. So that's great. We really loved that. Lots of cool stuff like that came out of all of this. Anyway, so yeah, what else do we want to say?
Well, maybe just kind of touching back quickly on the tech aspect. I could kind of mention what a lot of the people I interviewed said about the specific like methods they use for theory and what they want to like see more of, or what they want to try out as like more methods of like continuing to do theory. So like what they're doing right now is lots of YouTube videos, forums, people using the text to speech, just different applications for that, podcasts, pulling up the PDFs, even if they have the books, And then, video calls. That's basically, it's a lot of stuff, a lot of things that people are using. But in terms of what they've kind of seen and learned about at Theory Underground, they want to try out things like specifically more group readings. I think that's been a big one for people, is to see how fun that is. Maybe even trying to see down the line of something like a mentor to pupil kind of matching, specifically that Ivan Illich kind of mentions. Maybe it was in Deschooling Society. I think that method was mentioned. Trying out real-time writing collaborations where you're basically just on the same Google Doc, and maybe it is, I don't know, something, you'd have to kind of figure out what the chemistry is between you and the other writer or writers, but attempting to see how to share writing like that in real time. And then slipstreaming lectures, just seeing who are those people who are very knowledgeable. Like me and Sean just took an opportunity to slipstream Benjamin Studebaker last night about, okay, Plato, democracy, go. And then we just let him, like, yeah, exactly. Lots of Thomas Hobbes. So yeah, it's just seeing who are those knowledgeable people when you're the student and being like, I have a question about this. Could you just go off for a moment?
Thanks, Cesar. I guess in our last couple of minutes here, we want to hear from Jacob, and then we'll close this out. Yeah, get up here. Take the hot seat. Yeah. The goal was to have plenty of people circulate through here, but we time.
They're having a lot of fun talking about economics next door.
You got to swap out. That's the hot seat.
I was not having a lot of fun talking about economics next door.
Okay.
So I came to see what you guys were doing.
So we're just talking to you and Cesar, but now it's your turn. And
Okay.
so basically, you probably had some idea for what you're going into, and then there was what actually occurred, and now there's your initial reaction as opposed to the one that will develop over the next few months or years, and so just we kind of want to get your sort of initial reaction, and this is your chance to kind of give us any sort of feedback or reflection that you're interested in sharing, not just with us but with other people who aren't in the room who'll probably watch this later.
I mean, it's all fantasy, right? Everything that precedes reality is fantastical. So, and I think none of my fears were realized, or whatever concerns I might have had, to the point that I don't know that they're even worth commenting on. I'm a little sad Nance and I didn't beat anybody up together, but we'll keep that on the to-do list for next time. Yeah. Nobody stepped to us.
Dude, I was supposed to roll with Ian after this at 2 p.m. today. We're going to go to the jiu-jitsu gym, but he just found out this morning, he actually leaves this morning, that he had the dates wrong. And no rolling with Ian, and I feel like I got robbed of a friend. Aw. Yeah, no, I feel you on that. The Ann was just talking about that before you came in about
fights.
No.
Wanting so much more time one-on-one with everyone in groups, like if this could go on for a month, that would be great, and we all probably wouldn't get tired of it.
Did any of you watch my talk yet? Okay, yeah, because it sucks.
That's not why.
But no, well, that's not why. But it's okay. And I knew I was never gonna give a good talk. I'm not a natural lecturer or a natural speaker. But that wasn't why I came here. Like
he says with his perfect radio voice.
I wanted.
Cut him off there. It's over.
So no, I have a good voice. I just don't know how to use it.
Okay, fair.
But yeah, I knew I was gonna futz that up. But it wasn't for me. I wanted to submit. It meant a lot to me. This is the first conference I've ever been to, the first kind of academic thing I've ever done in my life. And so I really wanted to submit the paper, and I'm very proud of the paper. Talking about it was just, that was not an inconsequential part for me. Talking about it on mic, on camera, as a presenter was inconsequential for me. Talking about it afterwards for the next 3 days with people, that's why I wanted to come here. That's what I got out of this. Yeah. So yeah, I achieved, short of stomping someone with Nance and Ann by my side. I got what I wanted from the week. Yeah. Yeah.
Thanks, Jacob. Who wants it next? We gotta go. If Benjamin's saying goodbye, we gotta go. Yeah. You'd like to sit on the hot seat really quick and say your goodbye? Yes, if you sit on the hot seat. Yeah. And is someone taking you? Do we have that figured out? Perfect.
But we won't be okay without you here.
No, I'm very sad.
So this is just an opportunity for people to reflect. You had an idea going in. Now things have occurred. You have initial reactions. And if you want to share any of those with us in the audience, go for it.
No, like my idea going in has been further reinforced and developed in seeing how you guys do things and seeing the quality of what you do in person. My impression of you guys has been confirmed and magnified. There is something very cool here that is being done that isn't being done anywhere else. A lot of people would like to think they're doing something similar, but they really aren't. The Free All Mikeys idea is a real idea, and you are actually doing the institutional work. You're doing it. You don't even need me to encourage you to do it. You're already doing it, and it could be really, really cool and really transformative, not just for me, but for a lot of people who are in a situation like mine at various stages of career, various different generations. This is something that is really exciting, and it's something that I very much want to be part of in a very serious way. And I would say all of this in private and more extensive, but
For sure. Yeah. Well, we're gonna group hug you before you leave, and then you can get out of here. So thank you so much, Benjamin. You really made it different than it would have been if you hadn't been here. So we really appreciate that.
Yeah. Shark attack. Group hug on. Thank you. Appreciate it so much.
Yeah. I'm gonna pause it.
Yeah.
Tear down in a minute.
Yeah,
But if anybody else has some shit they want to say.
Button.
All right. Yeah. Have a seat.
There we go.
All right, Evan, welcome. And I think you already know the questions that we were kind of asking everyone, right?
I have no idea.
Okay.
So, I was just in here like during one, so yeah, I don't know.
Basically, expectations going in versus after, reflections, insights, whatever you want to share, advice. Well, we're to kind of but it's not just us you're talking to. You're talking to really everybody at the conference because they'll have access to this in the drive folder.
Got it. Okay, but it's not going to be wide on the internet or anything.
Could be.
It could be. Okay.
Everything at Theory Underground could be, yeah.
Okay, that's fine. No matter how much we try to commit to our own works independently, when we have our, solo project going on in our room, deadlines really help. And deadlines usually they're only going to help if they're coming from the outside, from some kind of institution, organization, even obligation that's personal, to a friend or whatever. So it's great that TU was able to fulfill that for me. I had to get at least something written. I'm still not done, but I damn well had to get a presentation together. I did watch the lecture that talked about how to give a speech or how to present. And I don't know exactly what he said, but the order of three, that one, it's going to be, you coming through is going to depend on one, your ability to speak, and two, the content, and three, the talent, or something like that. And he said in that order. Now, I think my presentation, it is lacking. and I just want to let you know no, I'm just saying objectively here. Be advised, the presentation as far as the speaking is pretty weak. I've done 2 review sessions and watched it about 4 times, and I think the last time I was able to be the most objective about it. But here's the thing: sometimes it's just trial by fire. That's the way it is, and I appreciate the opportunity to do that. And things are going to be ironed out as we go, or maybe the essay will get published. Maybe there'll be more commentary on it. Productions in the future, that's, you don't have future productions if you don't have the first one. So I appreciate TU giving me the opportunity to do that, no matter what I think about how the presentation went. No, I think the presentation was fine as far as the content. The content was strong. The presentation, the diction, the speech, that was pretty weak. But hey, that's fine. Oh well, c'est la vie. But thank you for the opportunity. Yeah.
Thank you.
I will be responding. I feel a need to respond to your project because I feel challenged by your project.
Yes.
I want to take your project seriously. I do take your project seriously, but I also want to challenge you, right?
Great.
And that's the way we're creating these we're projecting these conversations ahead of us.
Yeah.
And I could sit back and say, "Ooh, I want to disagree with that guy." Or we could enter a dialogue together.
Yeah.
And that thank you for entering the dialogue with us.
It all started on a bench outside of a pizza shop.
That's right.
In Portland.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. And just to let you know, for my presentation, some editing would go a long way, but I'm not asking you to edit.
Evan, listen. If you edit stuff in the past, people will never see how much better this stuff is in the future.
Okay. Yeah.
And
I'm just
listen,
letting you know. I'm just letting
there's nothing good. Okay. I want to say this and then correct myself. And then I don't know if Jordan wants to come on the hot seat. We kind of want to bring him in. Yeah, you down? Okay, well, in a sec. So I'll just say this. In speech class, the first time I gave a speech in college, my hands were shaking.
Yeah.
I've always had stage fright, and it was nerve-wracking, and that I learned a lot of things in that class. And one of them was, they said, watch yourself over again afterwards. We're going to record you and then watch yourself over. Pay attention to your tics, your ums, work on it. And guess what? I did to some extent, and it worked to some extent, but there's also forgetting to do that and just focusing on moving forward. I hope that you watch other people's presentations more than your own.
Yes, of course.
Because speech and dictation we're not paying attention to that because we're not sociis. We're not hipsters. We're not just trying to be cool. We're actually following the content. And so if it's stilted and broken, and I think you're going to probably, you say you can reach objectivity 4th time. I don't know. I don't know if you can be your own judge, but
sure, totally.
But we'll let you know. It's guaranteed not as bad as you think. But if the content's solid, that's what matters. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Just edit out all the ums. That's all I'm saying. I'm just joking.
Hey, I could do that, but I'm not going to. Jordan's up.
All right. What's up, John? Thank you.
Jordan.
Thank you.
We're going to talk to John next. Last maybe. After you're done with everyone else, yeah. All right, we got Jordan Alexander in the hot seat. Welcome, man.
Hey. I'm just going?
Just go.
Just go.
I mean, if you already know what it is, I think you know what it is.
Okay, I know what it is. So
because it's not just us, it's like everyone at the conference might see this in the folders. So, yeah.
Understood. So yeah, it's the last day of TUCON, and it's been amazing. It's been a blast. I don't know if I had any expectations coming in that were concrete, but whatever this was definitely a pleasurable experience, just in terms of meeting people, but also intellectually. Who knew people into theory could be so personable? A lot of the times that is not the case. So I definitely enjoyed giving my presentation. But as previous people have said, the conversations that existed or that happened after the presentations were really phenomenal. Even if you hadn't watched someone's presentation, just hearing them talk about it, inspires you to go back and actually watch it, right? And I guess the other thing that I've really appreciated about TUCON and Theory Underground in general is demonstrating how constraints can be a form of freedom, you know? And I feel like that is definitely something that has been demonstrated in just kind of the various difficulties, you know, last minute changes in plan, but also just, you know, for me personally, having 30 minutes, you know, you got to figure out what it is you want to say in your presentation. You can't say everything. So what are the main things you're going to hit on? And for someone who's not familiar with the hyper specific thing you're into, how do you translate it into, you know, the kind of knowledge they may have, the kind of expertise they may have?
And you had it twice as hard.
Yeah.
Because it was Marxism and Lacan.
Yeah. So, and I feel like maybe I did an okay job at it, and over the you know, I improved with each person I tried to explain my presentation to. I feel like I got better at, like, okay, I kind of know what they're interested in. Can I translate it into their terms, their language? So, yeah, those are the main things I appreciated.
That was the goal, man. Good to hear. Awesome. Thank you. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna pause, and then we'll be right back with. We will probably end with John and well, Kier before. Oh, Kier's here. Oh shit. Oh, I won't pause. I take it back. Yeah, you ruined everything. Now she can't pee. No, it's a joke. Technically, she could right there. Yeah. So basically, you know, we're about to wrap up. This video file will be available in the drive. It could end up anywhere on the internet, of course. Yeah.
Anywhere on the internet.
So basically, just anything you want to share with us and other participants or people who will be checking out the drive folder at least.
Great. Honestly, I don't know if I can do that very well off the top of my head. Yeah, and I think it was going to be like one room was going to be not for public consumption and the other one was. So which is which?
It didn't work out the way we planned because I didn't plan on that panel wanting to keep going, and I also didn't want to stop it because if Mikey was invested, and I just wanted to let it happen. So this is the on the record side, and there is just no off the record except for obviously outside the venue. People could just go chat, but I guess I'll kind of rephrase it as like a more concrete question. You have expectations going into something like this. Maybe they're clear, maybe they're not. Then the thing happens. You have some initial reactions and some basic impressions, reflections, feedback, advice, even, and also just maybe something that happened. Yeah, and anything you'd like to share about. That's kind of what we're interested in kind of hearing about. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is the first time that I have like traveled anywhere to meet people off the internet. So wasn't sure how that would go. I had high hopes, and yeah, it's been really great. And I think one thing that I'm thinking about is like, it feels like the quality of relationships that you can build in person is just completely different. And I think that it's going to like feed back into like the Zoom calls. Like it's going to be a lot nicer to know and have met and spent time with the people on those calls. And yeah, so I think that feedback loop between doing stuff digitally and doing stuff in person is feeling more and more important after this. And I just also think for me, it feels like the quality of relationships that are being built here have the potential to be really long term. Because who knows, right? Like I've been in so many organizations where there's some unforeseen conflict that either takes out the organization or splits it into factions or whatever. So who knows? And Theory Underground is always changing shape as well. So I think that it's nice to feel like there are these connections that can that I believe might be resilient like kind of regardless of the unforeseen changes, you know, or at least I guess that's what I'm hoping for.
Anything either of you want to ask here, or anything that you want to ask us?
Not necessarily in the moment. I just know that we get Kier all to ourselves the rest of the afternoon. So I'm sure
Yes.
the conversations will be great after that. But just thank you for your reflections and for being here and for being like one of our cool lady representatives of Theory Underground. I think it can just be like difficult for women to get so into these spaces at the same level, right? We were talking about last night that sometimes like the guys in the space get so like obsessive and excited about, and you're here and you're present and you're like a force to be reckoned with, and it's just awesome to have you here. So thank you.
Seriously, thank you.
Yeah, and I don't know, I guess get it on record. You were one of the MCs. You were hosting and presenting, and you were kind of dealing with this hydra of tech and fucking bullshit. And you did a great job. And I just want to tell you that on record. Like, you were solid the whole way through. So thank you for that.
Yeah, you brought some degree of like poise to the room, and I have to say, it turned out you just happened to have the best room, not just because of like the nice professional setup, but also that art behind you. Like everyone looks so good with that behind them. Yeah, but thank you so much.
Yeah, I guess one last thing is just that I'm just like really happy to have this sort of infrastructure to like plug into, you know, because like I'm not a natural community organizer. I do it like because I feel like I have to. And it's really nice to feel like this project kind of has the space for people to like play to their strengths, you know? And so, yeah, it's something I'm very, very happy to do. And I'm hoping to like, now that I see like the absolute Hydra tech situation here, I'm like, okay, I want to like, next time I want to like improve my chops a little bit. So we'll see how that goes.
Here with the 3 camera angles. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. And then anyone else here? Todd, do you want to take the hot seat? Okay. Awesome. Todd, great to have you, man. So basically, we're just asking everyone to reflect on this. This is on the record for people who are participating, potentially the whole web. Who knows? We don't know because it could be streamed. But basically, yeah, you were a presenter. You've been here all along. You went and trekked all over the city with us. You were there for breakfast. No, wait, you weren't there for breakfast this morning, but you were there in my heart. You were there in my heart because I was like, "Where's Todd?" And so yeah, you've been down for the cause, and I don't know if you had any expectations coming in. We're definitely curious to hear your initial impression and any kind of feedback you have for us, or anything else.
Yeah, reflections. Go for it.
I did not really have many expectations coming into this. And I think that was probably the right attitude to go. As you were saying earlier today, you know, this environment and the organization that you guys are creating has, you know, filters out people who have perhaps strong expectations one way or the other. And I think that hopefully will continue to be a strength of what you guys are creating. It's can be a hard thing to manage, to do that, to keep a community alive in a situation like that where there is as much uncertainty about where, you know, people, you know, you invite into it are going to take it. So, you know, hats off to you guys for giving that a try. And, you know, from what I've seen both online and here in person, you know, you guys are giving it, I think, a really good try in trying to do that. And I guess the only other thing I would say too, that, you know, part of the reason why I think this is a valuable thing to try is having spent as much time in kind of academia and other areas that are also, you know, are attempting to wrestle with some of the same things you guys are when you think of what is theory and, you know, where is it coming from? You know, a lot of it comes from academia in various ways. Certainly not all of it. And, I don't want to confine it to something that is just purely academic, because I think that would be foolish to do that. But, for many reasons over the last 50, 100 years, academia has produced a lot of the theory that you guys are incorporating in various ways, shapes, and forms. And I do think that academia, I'm not sure it's going to be able to continue to do that, given where it's going in the next 20 to 30 years. It will try to do that, because that's part of what the market and everything will demand that it does. But I'm not sure it's going to be able to do it very well. And I see it now suffering from a lot of problems where I would say it's coasting on some of what was produced, 30, 40 years ago. And I think that's when I see that in people I work with, and, where they're kind of forced to go, I think because of their circumstances and because of various structures, whether you call it the neoliberal academia or, whatever name you want to give it, I find that to be kind of a sad state of affairs. And, in the conversations that have both been recorded and presented, people have talked a lot about this. And, I think, Benjamin in particular, and certainly you, Dave, as well, have brought this up. And I know I didn't see Anne's presentations, but I know you talked about that in places online and elsewhere. I really hope that Theory Underground is a place where this theory is going to continue to grow in interesting ways. It needs something, academia and theory needs something kind of from the underground, dare we say it, to kick it in the ass perhaps a little bit and push it into new directions. And so that's why I'm here, because I'm hopeful to be able to see some of where those new directions will go.
Did you get a chance to read your bio?
I did, yes. That was wonderful. Thank you very much for that. I'm my apologies to not getting replied to you with an actual bio, but I actually think that bio may have been more appropriate for what I was talking about than anything else. So it worked well.
I caught your reaction to it when I walked in the room. I caught your reaction, but I did, could you tell which parts were ChatGPT and which parts was us?
Yeah, I could. I mean, having lived through some of that, myself, I knew that, some of it was a bit of an exaggeration, but it was very nice. I enjoyed the humor of it.
Wasn't it like you were born from a computer and you've been trying to get back into it?
I wanted to ask if you think you'll ever make it back into, or maybe you've decided you don't want to make it back into the computer.
Maybe he is back in the computer right now. I don't know.
Yeah, well, being recorded on the computer.
There we go.
There we are. So, I guess mission accomplished.
There we go. Thank you.
Thanks, Todd.
Thank you.
Conversation. So we're back on. We're recording. We're good. Yeah, we're rolling. And so basically, it's about
expectations about this, versus just your experience. Any reflections on any part of this that might be heard by the attendees here, that might be heard by the internet, that might disappear into the abyss. Any advice, any feedback, just anything you'd like to say about all this.
I don't know what my expectations were. It was better than whatever I expected. I mean, and I had high expectations at the same time. So
we've met you before,
but actually, as far as feedback goes, I've been wanting to say that I've done a little bit of like audiovisual stuff before, and like this setup, I would never fucking attempt something like this ever. And it's amazing, like having all these rooms streaming and recording at the same time across time zones internationally. Like, holy fuck. Like, y'all are nuts.
You might be the only person who gets it because you're the only person who said that so far. So thank you.
Yeah.
It's nice to feel seen.
It's fucking insane, really.
No, it really is.
Yeah.
It really fucking is.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but yeah, no, I had an absolutely wonderful time, and like I got out of it what I wanted, which is I'm trying to just push myself and put ideas out there that are on the top of my head and just see what comes back. And like if it's criticism, if it's like Todd being like, no, then that's great, because I actually agreed with everything Todd said. It's just there's it's kind of an impossible thing to express correctly the first time, because I'm expressing a concept, you know what I mean, not the thing, you know, in a way. So like, because it's, you know, but yeah, like so that's just so helpful. It's just been like a challenge and an expansion of the ideas I'm working with. I just like it's secretly selfish. I just took Studebaker to the airport. It's secretly selfish because I got to pick his brain a little bit more. Yeah. And so a concept he had of the state, I just had never really occurred to me, even though I've been thinking a lot about neoliberalism, which is that like the state is what frames the symbolic order. And he's talking about Hobbes in this context. And I was like, I had never connected the Leviathan to the symbolic order before. You know what I mean? So all these connections that I would have never occurred on my own, you know. So this is it's been an accelerator. It's been fucking awesome. So yeah, I'm like, and like I said, like I've said this twice now, is that like we're beginning to relate, like what Daniel Garner said, that like a system can become something in which we what was the quote? I wrote it down, but I don't have my notebook. In which we're not really relating, we're failing to relate to each other.
It's been outsourced.
Yeah. It's like a fake relation that we're having. Is like to me, what I see this doing is we're taking the terms back. So when we speak to each other, we know what we're actually saying. You know what I mean? Yeah. We actually know what freedom means. You know what I mean? We know what the left means, or we throw it out and we use other terms because we know that it's not communicating anything. You know. So yeah. Anyway, that's most. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you about the panel, but you kind of did bring in Todd, and I guess I just wanted to say, yeah, you are one of those people at TU who I always know is working away in the background on something. You're grinding on something that we'll see later. So when you're not present for meetings, I always know Sean's like working away. If he's not at work, then he's working away on some epic piece we're gonna see. And I love that you and Will used this the way that Nance and I did, as a sort of like plug ourselves in as many places as possible and just accelerate the development of our pieces.
Yeah.
It's like there's so many pieces that we're like, yeah, it's like I could sit here and try to explain to Anne what I'm working on, but it's not the same thing as jumping from room to room, having to bounce between these things and just don't overthink it. Just talk about it. Yeah. And so, I mean, I'm just reflecting on it from my own standpoint now. And I just wanted to say, I really didn't know what that would be like. The whole thing, going into it myself, I really did not know what that experience of back-to-back presentations in all these different rooms was going to do to me. And also while running tech. But I want to ask Will the same question later. But while I've got you here, I just want to hear your thoughts on being one of the few people who presented 3 times. What was that like? Yeah.
It was good. I mean, it was really stressful, like at first. Once I got through the first one, it felt a little bit more comfortable, you know? But I was like, because I walked in the room and I saw Benjamin Studebaker standing there, and I was like, that's a real intellectual. Oh my God. You know? So,
dude, he was there in 2 of my presentations back to back.
Yeah.
Mine too. I was like,
yeah.
No, I always felt like, I was like, oh shit, he's in the room.
He's like he's just cool. He's just so cool.
Yeah, but he's so cool. For sure. Yeah, but like my pulse went up for sure when I saw him, because I was like, because the first presentation I gave was like, that was the one I was most worried about, like least confident in, because like for instance, I was planning on trying to cram a shit ton into the last week before I came here, and then I was working on my car instead, like the whole time. Complicated story about my car dying, and then a coworker who was like giving me a ride being an insane person, and then me not being able to get to work because he's an insane person. But anyway, that's neither here nor there at this point. Yeah, but yeah, I was like, it's the most bullshit. It was a pin on the end of the ignition actuator switch. It's this big is the point. This big that made it so that my car could not start. So I had to take the steering column apart and rebuild it. It was so.
No, but that's impressive.
Yeah, it was.
Good job. Yeah, come fix our van.
It was a massive
transmission.
I hate cars so much. I hate it. But yeah, I needed to save money, so I was like, I guess I'm doing it myself. But anyway, so so it was just like a lot of. So literally on the way driving here, I was like going over it in my head and like, what do I have to say? And like, I'm gonna make this work, and but it worked, and it was totally. It felt like really easy to come in and be like, I don't really know what I'm talking about, but here I can start a conversation. You know what I mean? So if you can come in prepared, and you can come in, you have 30 minutes, and you can just like take up the whole time. Like I have a shit ton to say. You can also come in and be like, I only have like 10 or 15 minutes, but I'm going to use this as a way to like start a dialogue, and then we can talk about it. And that's how it worked out for the first one, especially. And then the second one, I filled almost all the time, and I was like racing to the end to be like, I need some time for questions. So I only had like 3 minutes for questions because I had so much to fill it up with. So, but both work, Yeah. So.
Thanks, Sean.
Yeah.
It was delightful hanging out with you, on site and off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's been super fun. Yeah, so awesome. Cool.
Yeah. We'll catch you back in Reno.
Portland.
Oh, when are you are you living in Portland right now?
Yeah. I'm staying in Vancouver temporarily. I just applied for 2 apartments in Portland.
Oh, geez Louise. When are you leaving?
Today?
Yeah.
Soonish.
Okay, cool.
Soonish.
We'll be wrapping up soonish. Go get John. He's the last one up.
John, okay.
All right, we're recording. Anne's not back yet. What do you want to say about Anne behind her back?
Gingers, am I right? But I'm Tiss. Look, I can't tell my sister that either, and I love the shit out of her, but it's fucking awkward.
It's weird. It's weird because we don't have words like agape and philia. And so it's just one word, and it's the word that's used for Valentine's Day. It'd be a little incestuous to say it to. In fact, why didn't you say it to her? No, I'm just. Don't you love your sister? Ew. John loves his sister. All right. We're.
Sorry.
So what do we want to ask John?
John, what happened this weekend? How was it for you as being like tangentially / nepotistically related to Theory Underground? Because for those who don't know, John is my younger brother. And he's really into film, and he's really into documentaries, and he is our videographer, documentarian. And so we got to present, like, what was presenting like for you in an environment that maybe you're not used to, and what was the filming process like, and what were your expectations, and just tell us about it.
Whoa. Loaded question, am I right? No, kidding. Yeah, I mean, did I earn my place here? Probably not, No,
Shut up.
You did. No, yeah, I mean, I'll start off with filming it. I mean, kind of the bigger reason why I came. I just got done with a lot of the interviews, and I mean, each time I do something with Dave for Theory Underground as a whole, like the European tour, just hearing more about it, yada, yada, yada. The documentary, the vision becomes even more clear, and I think the potential becomes even more clear. I mean, after those interviews, I know Todd Keir, and Benjamin, I asked them, "Oh, so what's special about Theory Underground?" You can say, and they had just the most perfect sound bites in the world. And I said, "Good, that's going in. That's going in the doc, probably." But yeah, I mean, just being around everyone, hearing what people have to say about Theory Underground, because yeah, and as you mentioned, you want the doc to kind of be like the selling point. What is Theory Underground? Why should it continue to grow? Why should you be interested in it? And yeah, just being here this weekend only proves that even more. And so, I mean, more to think about, more to do. But on like the business related side, I do think, I'll just tell it now, I think we can make a really, 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 really solid. We just need to get the formal interview with Nance, Mikey, you. With all of that and all the footage we have right now, I think we can get just a killer 15, 20-minute doc, and that's exactly what it sounds short, but in terms of if you want people to see it and you want people to get interested, that's it. And I think we're getting closer. We just need those interviews, and we're...
That's the A side, but the B side is going to be 20 hours.
15-minute, like a normal like feature length, and then just all of the content just spliced together, no edits, just a continuous. The director's cut, 80 hours.
Was exit through the gift shop.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Whatever hit that artist was named.
Yeah,
it shows the cut, and it's the most horrendous thing.
Yeah, man, I think the documentary is going to be awesome. All of the interviews were amazing, but there are these magical moments on tour where certain things have happened. And when we got to the park and started walking and you laughed us up, we weren't planning on doing an interview, but the one with Benjamin might be one of the most important things ever filmed. That shit was fucking fire.
The best one.
Yeah, that shit was insane. He's done his research. We'll just put it that way. He's done his research. There's just a lot of coalescence, and it's fortuitous. And so anyway, fucking awesome, man. You made that happen. Wouldn't have happened otherwise. So thank you. Now let's get the hell out of here. Boogie Yogi Yogi.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of the situation that short-circuits the deadlocks of our moment.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation. Theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy and underground theory. You've been reading Underground Theory.
I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture this scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Time Energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Žižek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first I had to get freed from wage labor, which was achieved this year. That's right. Thanks to my monthly seminar subscribers, I was able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. Now I'm announcing the next big phase of the plan, which is the Mikey Down seminar. What monthly subscribers to the Mikey seminar are paying for is a survey of philosophy, including deep dives into Žižek, Land, Lacan, Baudrillard, Bataille, Lyotard, and ultimately the whole history of philosophy.
We're trying to build like this ongoing seminar, right? And that's what I really like about this thing. Where, you know, if I'm teaching a main text, that's something I got to focus on. I got to really, but the seminar thing, we can do this stuff all the time where we dive deeper into concepts, we dive deeper into certain, you know, sections of books or whatever, and we can really do this nuanced stuff.
I think that there's probably no better way for us to accelerate our learning in these areas than by slipstreaming Mikey. And that has been my belief for years and years and years now. It's official. You're able to help out. You're able to get involved. You're able to benefit directly from liberating him from wage labor. Get on it right now. Do it. Just go. Stop what you're doing. Go click the button, subscribe. This is what you do. Subscribe to him. If you're already signed up for the ongoing Theory Underground seminars, then that's the ones that I do with my wife, Anne. Though that's getting an upgrade, which means that I will be doing one session per month that is just me, and then I will also be doing the ones with Anne, which are a crash course in sociology, anthropology, the social sciences, and ultimately Marx, Heidegger, Levinas, Bourdieu, imminently critiquing pop psychology, sociology, self-help, and ultimately the doxa of our time. But if you would like to be a subscriber to both Mikey's seminar and the seminar that the Snellgrove McKerrachers are doing, then the best way is to become a Tier 4 subscriber, or you can be a Tier 2 subscriber to each of us. The reason this matters is because Tier 2 is like pretty much the best bang for your buck. It gives you huge discounts on all of the courses that we do. But if you can't afford it, Tier 4 is amazing because it gives you Tier 3 access at both Mikey's seminar and ours.
And finally, not everybody has time to be part of these ongoing research seminars, and they just want to fund the paid content for the YouTube and podcast. And so thank you so much to our patrons over at Patreon. They're the ones funding all the free stuff. So big thank you to Bert, Marilyn, Carl, Sahil, Zozandra, Nikolai, Darian, Tyler, and Mandeep, and all the other wonderful patron people. Patreon people. And thank you to all the other wonderful Patreon people. Thank you so much to all of you patrons, and also to the special subscribers and the paying subscribers. Oh my god, it's just so awkward. Thank you, Patreon. Patrons. Thank you. Oh, okay. And to all the other wonderful patrons. Thank you so much, all you patrons. And also a special thanks to the subscribers on the YouTube side, as well as the paying subscribers over at Substack. Why can't we do this? Fuck. You guys, just thank you. Thank you, everyone, for making this bullshit possible. Thank you to the subscribers. You do it. You did so good. Thanks, guys.